Back to I was a teenage exocolonist. 15 years old, and the world is very much not ahead of us. They really up the audio. There we go. Alright, so... Yeah, what's up? Have I already gotten hugs? Yeah, I already got hugs. So... What's our skills looking like? Everything's pretty high. So I guess we should focus on organizing? Yeah, sure, let's go do something that's organizing. Let's work in the depot. Work with Mars when a depot order comes through on the holopalm for 10 barriers in their crush. You're busy packing up another order, so you send it over. Despite her constant complaining about how boring and beneath her this job is, Mars is very good at it. She finds ways to do things faster and more efficiently. She hardly ever makes mistakes. Which is why you're surprised when you get the order from the nanoprinter and find 15 batteries. You check the requisition again. Wait, it says 15 batteries now? You swear it said 10 before. Mars scoops up the extra 5, giving you a wink as she hides them in her bag. Oh, don't be a buzzkill, Solana, she says, rolling her eyes. Even Seek skims a little off the top. Why else would they keep such tight control over the nanoprinter? What are you gonna do? Tell Lum? She asks. If you do, Seek will be on my side because they know I'll sell them out too. It'll be your world against both of ours. Besides, it's not even for me, it's for the FC, which is a secret, so it's not like I can send an actual requisition for this stuff. Steal for yourself? Nah. Mars's deception was pretty good. You only caught it because you happened to see the requisition first, and you happened to put it back in the queue for Mars to pick up, and you happened to be the one who packed it up. You work with Mars to set it up so that the first person to open a requisition must complete it themselves, believing you're doing it to increase reliability. Seek approves of this change. It's a little more work, but it means that Mars is free to edit requisitions to her heart's content. Mars is so pleased with your work, she gives you a kiss on the cheek. Ah, Crime! The ultimate, wingman there. 5, 5, 8. There we go. Win. Vertumnalia, everyone's in high spirits as you decorate the colony square. The great tables are piled high with food, groaning under the weight of heaps of roasted and steamed vegetables, barbecued meat, stews and carafes of mulled cider, and cakes dripping with frosting and sugarbug syrup. You gather in the colony square for the usual speeches. Lum takes the stage to fanfare and applause. Hello, people of Vertumnalia, he exclaims over the dim. Happy Vertumnalia! He takes a big breath. Do you smell that? That's the smell of victory! We humans have secured our hold on this planet, and now it's time to celebrate! Lum gestures to the sagging feast tables. Eat, drink, and be merry! The crowd cheers again. Oh boy. After the council members each give their annual reports, everyone starts clearing the square to set up for the Vertumnalia Games. You feel the pulse of a new holo message in your palm and open it to read. Happy Vertumnalia, there's a present for you on the table. XOXO, your secret admirer. You rush over to the feast table and spot a wrapped present amongst the roasted vegetables. Wow, you have a secret admirer? So, not bad. You unwrap your present. It's a data band. You snap it on your wrist and boot it up on your holopalm. It's full of all your favorite songs, videos, shows, and games. A collection curated by someone who must really know you. Now you'll always have your media with you, even if the net goes down, including all your favorite episodes of The Rise and Fall of Sanctuary Moon. Nice! You search your holopalm for any hint of who could have made it, but you can't find anything. You'll have to ask around, but later. The games are about to begin. So what do we want to do? Well, Xeno wrangling is basically the boss's get in line chump, or we're going to basically beat you. Why don't we try baking? You join Cal in the kitchens. Hey, Solana, are you ready to get your bake on? This year's theme is multi-layered cakes. You'll be in charge of designing, baking, assembling, and decorating a towering monument to sweet and cake and frosting. Alright. Uh... Uh... Hmm. Oh, there we go. 4, 5. Oh, but that's gonna be an 8. So that'll have to do. Ah, there we go. Finally a good card. And we'll throw that down there. And we win! Because of course we do. Your cake is an architectural marvel, easily in the running for the best thing ever created on Vertumna for sure. It's 4 tiers and decorated with delicate hand-sculpted floral details and piped frosting. It's delicious too. The best part is eating it, of course. After the festivities, everyone descends on the feast. You heap your plate with more food you could eat in 3 sittings. When all the food is gone and the sunset has broken the heat of the day, people break out their instruments. Everyone dances well into the night. And that takes us to Middust. Oh, we've got a new organizing thing. We can draw an extra card at the start. So, I'm gonna guess our admirer is probably the person with the highest friendship rating. So, we're gonna go with Nem over here. You catch Nem between drills, leaning her elbows against the garrison fence. She takes a swig of her canteen, then pours it over herself to cool down. Hey, Solana, she says, shaking out her hair. What's going on? Are you my secret admirer? Nem goes as red as her hair. I mean, would it be weird if I was? No, I'd like you too. Nem looks surprised. Wait, really? Go on for a smooch. You lean and kiss Nem on the cheek. When you pull away, she claps her hand against her cheek and jumps away like she's been burned. I have to go back to training now, she bursts out and runs away. Aww. And that puts us at 100 friendship with them. Don't really have anything else to do this month besides give Cal his cake on the next week? Month? I think it's broken down into seasons and months, so next month. So... Hey, Nomi. Yeah, it looks like everyone's pretty much settled with us. So let's head on off. Hey, Diz, how's it going? Still being a loner? Yep. Why don't we go survey the ridge? Oh, there's nothing there. Not the plains. Sure. I think we've actually already done everything here, so I don't think we'll get any bonuses besides the collectibles. Which is more friendship. Hey, potato. Pick the fruit. You spot the familiar looking fruit. Hey, you've seen this bush before. There's no rock underneath. It's all part of one creature. An arborescent photosynth. A bush bub. Pays you no attention, continuing to blend in with the rest of the surroundings like a boulder. You're not letting it get away with being delicious. You grab some of the fruit as the bush bub rises and roars in anger. Yep, you knew it wouldn't be happy. Let's calm it down. Card becomes red. Do. Oh, well, we won. And... there. Good enough. That is kind of the theme of the first playthrough of this game, is good enough. Not winning, just good enough. Should we check this out or just go past it? Sure, let's check it out. Oh, it's snow, so let's just find another way around it. Fun fact, we're on the planet where all of the snow is actually acidic. So, I'll just survive. Oh, hey, Sam. Oh, here's a flower. Yeah, exploring in this game is something you're really rewarded for. Since... Or punished for. It kinda doesn't matter. Catch up with this. It really depends on your stats and what you're willing to risk. Hey, Nomi. You meet up with this and Nomi. They've stumbled upon something strange and are arguing what to do with it. It's a big blue crystal knee-high and warm to the touch. It looks like there's something inside it. We gotta crack it open and see what's inside, Nomi exclaims. It could be anything. Are you a psychopath? This retorts, clearly offended. What if it's alive? You're gonna screw with the ecological balance because you're bored? It's for science, Nomi pouts, turning to you. Come on, Solana, we'll do it. Right, Solana? Why don't we scan it for a heartbeat? Use some of the surveying equipment to detect a heartbeat, proving that yes, it is alive. You can't tell much else, since the scanner seems to be blocked by the crystal, but it's something. Nomi is absolutely delighted. The three of you happily leave it at that. So, not a psychopath, just abundantly curious. Take that. So, out of all the collectibles, the only one I know nobody likes is this one. Which is also, strangely enough, one of the more useful ones. Since it's just a straight +2 to whatever you had. Let's try and find our way. 2 if it's the first, 3 if it's the last, and... let's throw a 2 there. There we go. Actually, there we go. Wayfaring. What the heck is that? You squint in the drying snow, but all you see is white on white on white, and the slightest hint of movement. It doesn't even look corporeal. Almost like a cloud, like the snow is coming from it. It's impossible to get a closer look. You pull your collar tighter against the storm and move on. Yeah, this game is really chill at its best moments, and very, very unchill at its worst. Like, you can go from cute teen moments of, like, angst to some very serious discussions on, like, domestic abuse or just your mom dying out of nowhere. Like, to give you a hint, Tammy died at the age of 10. Oh, when I was 10, so I think she was like 12. This guy was murdered when we were 11. Yudka died when we were 14. I think our mom also died when we were 14. Yep, she starved to death. Oh, and Calm, I think, was stomped to death, basically. So yeah, chill. You've been trekking up a gentle incline for what feels like hours before you finally reach the edge of the cliff. The plains spread out before you as far as you can see in every direction, sparkling lakes reflecting perfect circles of sky. Spark snow drifts lazily through the air, flickering like fireflies in the distance. Everything sounds muffled and peaceful. One of the suns is setting and the other is rising. It's spectacular. Disjoins you shortly afterward, just as speechless. We'll keep a watchful eye out, but enjoy this. Because nothing on Vertumnalia is as nice as it seems. Card becomes a 2. Let's do the card with gem. Drop that. +1 for each unplayed card. Card becomes a 2 and it won't change, so it doesn't really matter. And throw that on to Hippodon. In the jungle, you're never safe. You stand watch, there's some animal activity, but nothing out of the ordinary. At least you got some practice. Let's head home. There's nothing really left here. Yeah, the main point of exploring is each event will raise one of your skills. Depending on where you are, they might raise an extra one, like biology or engineering, or bravery. But the main ones they raise are perception, and as you can tell, we maxed that out. In fact, I think that was our first skill. Let's go give Cal his birthday cake. Do we have a cake on us? Collectibles. We do! Hey, heads up! You barely managed to find cover as water arcs over your head. You look around and Cal waves sheepishly. Garden hose in his other hand. He's surrounded by kids who are hooting and cheering for him to turn the hose on them again. Sorry, he calls out. I guess he got away from me. Sure. Happy birthday. Here's a cake. Cal gasps, my favorite food! And on my birthday, too! He makes grubby hands at the cake and takes a big huff of the pleasant sugary smell as his eyes close in sheer pleasure. Is this cake or cocaine? Wow, Solana, he breathes, you are really the best of the best. Here you have a piece too, let the icing melt in your mouth and let all your worries melt away with it. So, +6 friendship and -5 stress. Hey Dad, how you doing? Why don't we go up our engineering a bit? Study engineering. You notice something. Chief Engineer Instance needs someone to help with after-school tutoring. Literally anyone who isn't a complete idiot will do because she's desperate. Please apply. Sure. You tell Dr. Instance you're interested in the job. She looks up from her holopalm like she just noticed you exist. Yes, you'll do, she says, nodding. The younger, slower kids have trouble keeping up with congruence sometimes. You mostly just have to pat them on the back now and then and stop them from wandering off when they're supposed to be studying. No offense, but anyone with a pulse could do it. You wait for further instructions. Instant sighs, shooing you away dismissively. You know where the classrooms are, just come when you're not doing whatever nonsense teenagers do here. Lovely teacher. Alright. Oh, let's drop that there. Okay, let's try something different. All we can really do is drop that. Good enough. And we got the perk for engineering. which is another new card at the start of the hand, and friendship with Nomi Nomi and Tangent. Late dust, early wet. Okay, our new perk. So I know somebody has a birthday in early wet. I think it's Mars. Yep. And we know Mars likes flowers or gems. What do we have the most of? Flowers. So you get to have this. Mars, oh geez, I'm glad you're so appreciative that we took the time to give you a birthday present. Let's go give him a hug. Hey man. Yeah, Rex. Who's a good dog boy? You find Rex in an empty space outside the lounge, setting up a construction holo projector and running through different projections of future buildings, taking notes on each. He looks up from his holopalm as you approach and bursts into a huge pile. Well, hey, Solana, what's going on? Rex jerks a thumb at his chest. You're looking at the newest member of the colony construction crew. I'm surveying the colony for places to build new private family quarters. People are gonna want to raise families here soon. Isn't that real? By the construction crew. It's not like Rick supplies. I get to be outside almost all day, I get to make something great, and hey, he leans in conspiratorially. Have you seen the bods on the rest of the construction crew? Oh. Besides, he continues, I think I kind of got an idea of what I want to contribute to the colony. I want to build a bar, a real one, not just a canteen. Nice decor, a space for live music, cushions everywhere, fun drinks. Morris has been helping with the details. He sighs dreamily. Can you imagine a place where the whole point is just to relax and be with your friends? That sounds like a great idea. I think so too, Rex says, spreading his hands wide. People need leisure time. We need to connect with other humans. We're social creatures. We need our packs. All I want to do is help people connect with each other, you know? Rex says. I love building things. I love cooking things. I love making people happy. Coming together to create something is why we're alive. He gestures around. And I don't mean buildings. I mean, they're alright, but what I'm really into is everything that goes into making a building. It's more than just walls and a ceiling. It's an agreement between people that we're going to form a society. That we're going to cooperate to make something bigger than ourselves. And then we're all going to meet there in peace. Rex shakes his head, clearing his thoughts. Sorry, I'm just really passionate about this stuff, he laughs. This and hugs. We humans are also really good at hugs. +2, stress it. If stress over 50. Rex rubs his thumb across his chin, thinking, Hey, actually, can you help me? Can you bring me any mushwood sticks or logs you find? I want to start stockpiling them so I can get approval to start building the bar. We're good to go. Sure. Rex bounces on his heels and launches into a huge hug. Thank you, he exclaims. I really appreciate it. If you find any, just bring them to me. Rex beams with happiness as you hand over the mushwood. What? Really, really? He exclaims. I need this for the building of the bar. Thank you so much. Rex shoots you a smile. Nothing a dog likes more than a stick, right? Oh yeah, and in case you haven't noticed, everybody has, like, different augments. Uh, Ours is, I think, super strength. Tangent, have we figured hers out yet? Yeah, like, Anemone has, like, armor scaled skin. We don't know what Cal's is. Tangent doesn't need to sleep. Don't know Dis. Mars is literally shameless. We don't know Nomi Nomi's. Rex, I think it's pretty obvious they're dog ears. Vase, we don't know and we don't really care. And Sim is just a thing all on his own. Hi, Nem. Great, you're dating fans. Ugh. Here, have an egg. Cal, you don't have a birthday this month, so you get... Sure, feeding him this. Food! Cal grabs the fruit in your hands and remembers his manner. He gives you a big hug. Thanks, Solana. I'm starving. How did you know? Oh. You're shooting the breeze with Cal in the shadow at Geoponics Dome when he leans over and waves someone. Perk, hey, over here. Whoa. Perk jogs over to you. He's a heavy-set adult with tattoos sprawling up his arms that make him look like he's made of marble. He holds out a sack of tiffins wrapped in sash. Hey, you two. Steph and I were testing out recipes and we ended up making too much. Figured I'd run some lunch over to you. Cal takes the tiffins and opens the first one. Lentil dal, he exclaims, inhaling deeply. No way! Perk looks proud. Rice is the second one, and little something sweet in the third. You deserve it with how hard you've been working out there. Eat up too, Solana. There's more than enough. Perk leaves you to divide the spoils, and Cal goes right to dessert. Having 4 parents is the best, he mumbles around a mouthful of sweet sour cake. Cal's mom, Auntie Tira, is in a relationship with 3 other colonists. Perk's the newest member of his family, but even then, they've all been together for a while. Cal's always been surrounded by lots of love at home. Cal swallows his food. You know, sometimes I wonder if I'd want to date that many people like my mom does, he muses. Like, finding one person who wants to date you and having the courage to ask them out is already hard enough. Bruh, my palms are sweating just thinking about it. Besides, Cal continues, it works fine for my mom, but I kind of feel like if I find someone, I just want to be with them, you know? I want to put all my energy into making them happy. Don't knock until you try it. Cal shrugs. Bruh, I'm around it like literally every day. I'm pretty sure I'd know if it's for me or not. The dal is sweet and fragrant and tastes all the better for being made and delivered with love. You and Cal eat your fill before Cal excuses himself to go back to work. Grab some bubber fruit. So, we're in the wet season, as you can probably tell by the rain. Which means one of the things we gotta start doing is preparing for glow season. Which usually means bad things are gonna happen. Oh, right. Gotta give Tangent her present. Oh, wait. Your birthday is this month. So, no. It's at the end of what? So in that case, I think Nomi Nomi is the last one we have to go gift to. And they like crystals. Nomi is grooving along to music only they can hear through their ear speak. They bump into you and gas, gesturing to turn off their hit speak. Oh my gosh, I didn't see you there, sorry! They dust you off unnecessarily. Good as new, they chirp. What's going on, Solana? Here's a present. We have equal numbers of the 2 things they like, so let's give them this. Now he makes a sound of appreciation and holds the crystal up to light. Wow, it makes rainbows? It's perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, and Nomi wants to talk. Nomi's in their usual spot in the lounge, surrounded by their steadily growing collection of body pillows and stuffed animals. They're curled up with their arms around a giant plushy creature and seem to be scrolling listlessly through the movie available in the Colony Media Archive. Find anything good? No, Nomi sighs, tipping over onto their side. Not since I finished all of Maid Stalker Ares. I can't believe it ended on a cliffhanger. I didn't know that the stratosphere had left Earth before the series finished airing, Nomi whines. You have every episode except for the 2-parter season finale. They bury their face against the plushie. No, I'll never know how it ends. They sniffle. It's not fair that we'll never have any new shows to watch. Yeah. Sounds rough, buddy. Yeah, Nomi sighs, not even looking at you. They clutch the plushie even more closely and keep watching. Okay, so apparently we were not empathetic or creative enough to really talk to Nomi Nomi. You spot Dis about to head on an expedition. He's carrying a full backpack, with the second one at his feet full of surveying equipment. As you approach, you realize he's writing in a notebook. An actual notebook with paper and everything. Braced on his knee with one foot on his equipment. He looks up as you approach and closes his notebook. Slipping it into his jacket pocket over his heart. Oh, hey, Solana, he says. He tucks the pen behind his ear. Are you coming too? That's cool. Maybe we'll be posted near each other. What are you writing? Just stuff. Dis says, I like writing on paper. It feels more real, you know? And it's more private than having everything on your holopalm where people could find it. You beg him for more details. Diff huffs through his nose, but he looks amused. Just stuff, he repeats. how I'm feeling, what the weather is like, what people are doing around the colony. I like observing people. Sometimes I pretend I'm an alien, he continues, and I'm studying how people act so I can blend in. Can I see? Tis thinks about it for a second. Okay, he says, taking out the notebook out of his pocket. He wraps the elastic that keeps it shut around a section at the back and hands it over. Just don't look at the stuff at the back. It's private. You flip through the first half. Like Dis said, it's mostly mundane notes about things that are going on in the colony. You're going where on expedition, and they're serving in the canteen. Various snippets of gossip. There are several pages of sketches, what look like diagrams of the colony buildings and walls. You're surprised you didn't know Dis. Draw! This could be dangerous if someone... Dis frowns and takes his book back, stuffing it in his jacket pocket. It's just some random notes and drawings, he says dismissively. People can have journals, Selena. You're about to reply, but you're interrupted by Utopia, calling for all hands to board the expedition vehicles. Dis stoops to pick up the surveying equipment, then he's gone without saying a word. Maybe not the best thing to say, but... we are currently being ruled over by a hyper-aggressive, testosterone-fueled jerk, so... who likes to think of himself as a soldier, but I'm pretty sure is not a very good soldier. Like at all. So... should focus on anything that'll get us kudos for now, which are like the in-game currency. So, why don't we go explore... why don't we go foraging for food? Off we go. On you two. Oh, I think I might have been here already. Yeah, considering all the events gone, I think we might have cleared this place out this month already. Oh well. We're this year already. You're enjoying a relatively uneventful second sun of taking readings for one of Utopia's geological surveys when... your world shifts on an unnatural axis as Sim comes crashing down, seemingly out of thin air, grappling with a skyfish almost as big as he is. Look out, he calls to you, though it's far too late for that. The ground rushes up to meet you, and it's all you can do to close your eyes and protect your head. To make matters worse, in the ensuing tussle, they completely crush the delicate scanning equipment you just finished setting up. Utopia is going to be so upset. Oh, no. You survey the wreckage helplessly while Sim holds the skyfish at bay. The skyfish flops around pitifully, then springs back into the sky and flies away, trilling its distress. It didn't even look that dangerous. Really? Solana, Sim croaks, and you turn your attention to him. Blood is pouring from a wound on his chest where one of the skyfish's spines must have pierced his otherwise perfect skin. It's the kind of thing that will definitely leave a scar. Or worse. Holding the wound clues, Sim smiles sheepishly. I guess my future sight isn't always 2020. Yeah, holy shit, are you gonna be okay? He waves dismissively with the hand that's not holding his dang chest together. 'Tis but a flesh wound, he says, then smiles. Did I say it right? It's from one of your Earth movies. I quite liked it. He coughs. He and I are similarly difficult to kill completely. He grins. You think it's just a coincidence that I'm always there at exactly the right time to save you? At night when I'm asleep, he corrects himself, I sometimes see visions of things that are going to happen, or at least that could happen. My dreams aren't always true, Sim says, wincing as he applies pressure to the wound. The paths branch and converge. Time is like a web that's a line. I think, he smiles weakly, but always in the center there's you. I can see the future too. You can, Sim laughs? Well, you must not be very good at it either. You try to explain, you tell him it's kind of like remembering, but in your dreams. It's happened ever since you were a little kid, like you're remembering things that haven't happened yet. You admit that some of them are pretty rough, like visions of people dying. Sim nods in agreement as you explain. Some gardeners have this ability, he says, but it takes hundreds, even thousands of years to develop. It seems you were born with it. I can't tell you how this future sight works, Sim continues. To be honest, I don't even know. But if you're curious... He's clearly grappling with something, and not just the sluggishly bleeding wound in his chest. His voice drops. You might look for answers under the light of the wormhole and glow, he confesses. You press him for more, but he begs you to simply leave him to handle his injuries in peace. So, explore during glow season? See about that. Oh, here's an event that we haven't triggered yet. A dense coat of pollen makes it so hard to see your hand in front of your face. It's a good thing you have a helmet with a filter. It's not perfect though, and it doesn't help visibility. Be patient and look carefully. The pollen clouds eventually shift and you're able to see glimpses of the path that looks clear. Stroll through. Huh, no problems this time. Pick up flower. Oh, it's a field of butter dandies. Hello, gorgeous flowers. You enjoy a few minutes taking in the majesty of the carpet of beautiful flowers. Pick them all! Just take one, enjoy them without picking. Let's take one. You find the tallest, most perfect yellow flower and leave the rest. No need to be greedy. Let's head this way. Oh, egg. You come across another squeeger hive, an intensely gravid hive queen and her hundreds of wriggling grubs rooted here just like any other tree. This one seems calm. You're able to approach close enough to smell the sweet tang of her royal jelly. Let's watch quietly. It's absolutely fascinating. The squeeger hive queen coos to her children who skitter in and out of the holes on her surface. You can kind of see where her eyes used to be, but now she's more mound than creature. She still breathes, but eats only what she can absorb from her legs, which have become roots. Her larval children pinch her when they're hungry. She groans, clenches, and out of the holes oozes her sweet-smelling jelly. Fully grown termite-like squeegers march back and forth, paying you no attention. Do we want honey from the strange bee tree hive thing? No, let's leave it alone. To be honest, that description was nauseating enough. Is there anything over here? Nope. So last event here. You come across a cluster of mushrooms. Are they edible? There's only one way to find out. Well, there are a few ways if you're not a coward. No, identify the mushrooms. Always identify the mushrooms before eating them. Doop. Doop. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to... Oh, we got a pair of fives going. There we go. 4, 5. Do we have a 6? No. We do have that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Get a pair at the end. You're able to determine that these mushrooms are edible. You fill your basket with big chunks of tasty fungus. Utopia is pleased with your haul. Great work. And now we're super depressed. Let's head home. Homeward bound. So that takes us to Midwet. Nothing much to do except for late wet to give out birthday presents. So why don't we go... what can we do in engineering? Oh, why don't we go try out that new thing we unlocked in engineering? And tutor some children. You show up to class to find Congruence teaching a classroom of younger children. Instance is nowhere to be found. In the absence of further direction, you settle in to help the students with their work. After half an hour, Instance pokes her head into the classroom. Oh good, you're already here, she says. I trust you'll be able to handle yourself in all subjects and with students of all ages. Ask Congruence if you need any help. She turns to leave but stops and turns back to you. Thank you, Solana, she says quietly. Since Professor Hal died, well, Congruence and myself are poor replacement for him. I'm grateful for your help. You settle in to help the younger students learn how to use their holopalms to access the HoloNet, Congruence's massive database. Congruence has everything they could ever need: music, movies, games, novels, and comics. A calculator, a timer, an encyclopedia, textbooks, the colony's social media, specialized tools for different jobs like architectural holograms. It's a massively powerful tool, and it's in their literal hands. They're mostly interested in the games. Yeah. Some understand it less than others. Why do we gotta read about stuff, Nougat whines, poking dejectedly at her holo screen? The skin around her newly implanted holopalm looks a little red, like she keeps picking at it. I just want to go play. Why don't we try showing her something? You show Nougat how to look up videos about sports ball. She's totally enraptured by it. Whoa, she exclaims. I can watch people play sports ball on my hand? Anytime? Turbo! Nougat is 10 and full of energy. The other kids are able to settle down to work on their biology assignment, drawing pictures of the xenofauna that live on Fortuna, to put in a classroom diorama, but Nougat prefers a more creative approach. You look at her drawings. Nougat's animals have all have extra wings or heads, robotic treads, laser turrets, or top hats. Some aren't even close to the reference image. You praise Nougat's creativity. Yes, that Hopeye does look better with a jetpack. Nougat is proud of herself and works diligently on her project. Yes, the class diorama does look a little eccentric when it's all complete, but at this age it's more important to keep the children engaged than it is to teach them academic skills. Nougat gives you a big hug when class is over. I hope you're my teacher all the time, Solana. So we got more reasoning, empathy, and kudos, which takes us to late wet, which means Tangent gets her birthday gift. Hey Tang. Here, have... what do you like again? I know you like flowers, so here's a flower. Seems you remember my birthday. How thoughtful of you, Tang says, accepting the flower with a dubious look. I'll set this flower aside to analyze later. I am interested in the properties of all Fortuna and flora. I hope you find it useful. She turns to walk away, then remembers herself. Thank you, she adds, almost as an afterthought. And this, of course, is outside the walls because it's this. The soldiers are a bunch of assholes, Dis mutters, wrapping his arms around himself. All they want to do out there is shoot things and tear up the plants. It's awful. They're just making it worse. Here, have this strange device I found. He scrutinizes the device for a bit, then his shoulders slump. Did you give this to me because it's my birthday, he asks. I actually hate it when people make a big deal about my birthday. It's, look, maybe you should just do something nice for Tang. She actually likes the attention. I don't know, that did increase her friendship, so... did you like it a little, at least? And off we go. We should do one more thing for this. And then... Glow will be our season of rest. So, why don't we go study a bunch of engineering? You hear a scuttering of metallic legs. What the heck? And a strange knee-high robot bursts into your engineering lab, going full tilt on its 6 buttery legs. It slams into a wall hard enough to knock itself down. It seems to be having trouble getting back up again, and is flying... put it back... Ouch! It accidentally slashes you with a leg while scrambling to find purchase. Stupid robot. Congruence TV thingy wheels in squeakily as the robot runs off down. Sorry about that, she chirps. I'm so close to getting its new movement algorithm online. I'll have the RoboVax corner it. We can try again. Working with robots is just so hard with no hands, she continues, wheeling back and forth in a display of frustration. This Much easier when Hal was here. I miss him. Kungers doesn't need to clear her throat, but you get the distinct impression she's simulating it anyway. Ahem. Well, if you know anyone who loves to tinker with bots, let them know when I need a helper. Okay. 0, 2. How about 2? So 4, 5, 6. Hang on. There we go. 6. Oh, there we go. Hang on a second. I think we have a hungry cat. I'll be back in a second. Enjoy Glow. I get why humans adopt cats. They're adorable, but they're also very annoying. Let's do rest. We can... Why don't we take a break out here? Oh well. So we'll relax in the lounge. Nothing much happens this month. You spend most of the time spacing out to whatever's on your here speak, occasionally nodding hello to the other colonists passing through. You binge a few seasons of a show you've been meaning to watch. Why don't we drop stressful event? That plus 10 stress thing is pretty awful. You're lying in bed, staring at the wormhole through your window when you hear a deep thrum resonate through the ground. Then a second one, quieter. The woven roof of your room quivers, unleashing a season's worth of fine glowing dust to sift through the air. Through your open window, you hear voices sounding the alarm. The annual offensive here, and leading the charge are 2 massive faceless. Let's go help. Oh yeah, these are faceless. As you can tell, they're very friendly. Not. You grab a plas rifle and report to the front, where a line of soldiers has taken up arms and is waiting for orders. The colony prepares to defend itself against the 2 building-scale faceless, as well as a teeming swarm of smaller Xenos that see towards you. Hold steady, orders Security Chief Rhett. Keep the line! No, Governor Lum yells, running from the front gates to the front of the defensive line. He elbows Rhett out of the way and waves his arm wildly. Bring them closer! Draw them in! Rhett stops himself from shoving Lum back, but just barely, you can tell. Are you serious? He retorts. We can't let them any further into the colony. We're going to fight them on our territory, Lum cries, raising his plasra over his head with one hand. We have the walls, let's use them. We'll let them come inside and pick them off one by one. We can't pick off a faceless, Rhett sputters from the sidelines. Lum smiles maniacally. You see the gleam of his teeth from here. I have a plan, he roars. Just follow my lead. And with that, he turns and begins to run towards the approaching animals, roaring taunts and firing wildly into the fray to draw them close. At a loss, Rhett motions you all to fall back and let the animals approach. The area just inside the gate becomes a swirling melee of smaller Xenos and plas rifle fire, the 2 faceless lumbering slowly behind. Let's try and stay out of the way. What the hell is he doing? 4, 6... No, in that case... let's do... that to 4. Have a little 4 going. 6, 6, oh, there we go. 6, 7, 8 for straight. And then 3, 4, 4, 9. Don't really have anything we could throw there, though. No, just hit 0. -1 stress, +3 perception. You're not exactly a professional soldier, but you managed to hold your own against the Xenos, even though you still scream and retreat when something gets too close. You don't injure any humans with your blast rifle, at least. Out of the artillery smoke wafting over the battlefield, Lum comes running. Here they come! Here they come! He shouts joyfully and plows through the gates with the 2 faceless galloping behind them. It's, without a doubt, idiotic and horrendously dangerous. You can't help it, you hit record on your holobomb and film the ensuing chaos. You catch a glimpse of Chief Rat putting his hand over his face and sighing. A squad of Helios soldiers take up the charge and help shepherd the Faceless into the open area in the middle of the colony. You have horrible flashbacks to the first time you saw a Faceless inside these walls. From the looks on the faces of the other Stratos, you're not the only one. Then you were all thrown to the ground by a tremendous explosion. Fire engulfs the center square, roasting the 2 Faceless in an inferno that blasts the sweat from your pores. Rocks and chunks of dirt patter all around you with the occasional thunk of burning mushwood. Those soldiers nearest the blaze all recoil in surprise. Clearly, no one but Lum knew the square had been rigged with explosives. You don't think anyone was caught in the blast, but it was close. Lum stands before the blaze, laughing and firing at the 2 tortured Faceless as they roast to death. You raise your holobomb to capture the image, his silhouette dark against the column of flame and smoke. It was ridiculously dangerous and stupid, but it does look pretty cool in your recorded footage. People filter out of their hiding places, shielding their faces from the heat coming off the bonfire in the middle of the square. On the horizon, the first watery rays of quiet sunrise are struggling to make a dent in the hot orange glare. The colony's fire suppression system is turned on the square, revealing the charred corpses of the 2 Faceless. Utopia walks by with the reclamation team, hauling an industrial plas cutter on a hoverlift. Did he use the mining explosives, Utopia says and all? Mighty bold of him. Those things will blow a hole in a mountain. Or a creature, I suppose. She sighs. Wish you could have saved him for mining. That must have been the last of them, and we can't make more. Then she and her crew are out of earshot as they pick their way down the blast crater to carve up the Faceless for recycling. So, because we had high enough defense, fortunately, the colony was well defended. You and the other colonists have been fortifying the defenses, putting security above all else. Tonight's defense was still a resounding, if messy, success. But, if Utopia is right, you don't have any more of those explosives now. You can't just nanoprint unstable molecules like that. What are you going to do during the next attack? And we lose 2 colony defense. So, that's not good. Oh. And we are now 17, which means 3 more years this year, and then 2 more, and that's the end of the cycle. At least the first one. Why don't we go talk to everybody? Hey, Nem. You go to the garrison looking for Nem, but she finds you first, pouncing on you and wrapping her arm around your shoulders. Buddy, friendo, pal, she exclaims. She leans in close, smiling widely with barely contained energy. If you don't do something a little wild, I'm gonna go bonkers, she says, so only you can hear. Everyone's so stressed out, and I feel like... She inhales and bites her lip. I feel like I'm gonna do something extreme. Like I want to strip naked and climb to the top of the colony and scream until someone makes me stop. Like I got bugs in my brain. So I got an idea, she continues, and I need you to come with me so I don't cower out. Nem leads you by the hand down to one of the lesser-used hallways of the garrison until you come to a small room. Inside are 2 barber chairs, and a table next to some dangerous-looking but delicate machinery. A stout woman with a buzz cut looks up from reading something on her holopad. What's up, Anemone? Need that side shave freshed up again? Nem shakes her head and grips your hand tight. No, I want a tattoo, she says. Can you do that? The woman gestures to dismiss her holopad, and pulls out a thick book from behind her at the counter. You and Nem crowd around it, marveling at the sight of real paper as it falls open to display a selection of tattoo designs. Used to be the only thing I'd do here is buzz cuts and military tattoos and hair dye for that Nomi kid, the woman says. But since we landed here, you haven't been the only person to come looking for something a little more artistic, she smiles. Take a look through this and see what I can do. You and Nem flip through the pages reverently. I was thinking, she says quietly, running her fingers over a circle of thorns. I want something to remind me that Vertuna is my home, and everyone here is my people, to remind me why I fight. She shoots you a smile, uncharacteristically shy. I want something to link me to you, she says, looking away as her cheeks turn red. Out of everyone here, you're the person who means the most to me. Her eyes go wide. Nah, wait, we should get matching tattoos, she exclaims. Come on, what do you think? Yeah, of course. Hell yeah, Nem says, pumping her fist. What should we get? The book of tattoo designs lay out before you. What do you want to get? Stratospheric logos surrounded by knives, each other's names, mushrooms growing out of a human skull, suns to represent the twin sons of Vertuna, a sword and shield. Huh. Why don't we go simple? Each other's names. Whoa, Nem breeze. That's hardcore. I mean, yeah, shit, obviously I want to go into battle with your name on me. Yeah. Gained memory. Anemone's loyalty. All strength card, all physical cards, red. Under 5, become 5. You sit down in the tattoo chair and bare your right arm. The tattoo artist / barber transfers the design onto your skin and fires up the machine, which buzzes alarmingly. You and Nem look at it wide-eyed. I guess you kids never seen Earth Tech, huh? She says, preparing the gun. Tattooing's one of the oldest human arts, so there's not too much holograms and replicators can improve on it. The stuff I do here reminds us that even when we're out here among the stars, we're still just meat with thoughts. Yeah, because that's what I want my barber / tattooist to say as they're throwing a thing at me. Oh, hi, Erzad! It smarts a bit when the tattoo artist presses the needle to your skin and begins her work, but you're pretty tough. Nem looks a little bit green as well. His blood wells up around the needle and grabs your hand. This is so cool, she breathes, as the design begins to bloom on your skin. It takes about an hour for the tattoo artist to get down to the both first strokes of your tattoo. Nem holds your hand the whole time. When the artist steps away to stretch, Nem leans in and gasps. It looks so awesome, Nem says. This is the coolest thing we've ever done. This is galactic. She looks up at you. I meant what I said, she says, her voice a little wet. You're my best friend on this whole rock. You've always been there for me, and I'll always be there for you, no matter what. Thick and thin. Nem sniffles and then looks embarrassed. Man, it's dusty in here. Yeah, I really love this game too, Erzad. The tattoo artist returns and finishes up your tattoo, then moves on to Nem. She takes it bravely, though she sometimes squeezes your hand so hard it almost hurts. Afterwards, you go back to your room to decompress and admire your bravery. Nem flops onto your bed, and you climb on after her, careful of your aching arm and your newly wrapped tattoos. I can't believe we did that, she crows, kicking her legs in the air. That was so awesome! She turns to you and pushes her unruly hair over her shoulder. Thank you for coming with me, she says seriously. I probably wouldn't have done it if it weren't there. And then, I probably would have done something reckless. She laughs, brash and unashamed. Well, even more reckless. I'd do anything for you. Nem blushes and hides her face in her hands. Solana, she exclaims. Don't make it weird. We have each other's names tattooed on us. I think it's already weird. Here. The only thing I have for you is this egg. You're a hero, Nem says, taking it. And I'm starving. I'm gonna cook this up right away. You're still a jerk. No. Hey, Nomi. My mom and dad asked me if I was getting serious with anyone, Nomi says, wrinkling the nose. Gross a Rooney, right? I'm from the free. On stream, yeah. It's the first run through. But since it also has a lot of, like, really heavy themes sometimes, like, sometimes I want to screen it so that if I know something's coming up, I can be like, hey, listen. We're about to get to a pretty rough patch, so if this is something that bothers you, Noe makes a sound of appreciation and holds the crystal up to the light. Wow, it makes rainbows. It's perfect. Thank you so much. Oh. Over the years, a lot of people have started wearing a lot less clothing than you remember from when you were growing up on the climate-controlled stratospheric. Definitely a lot less in the holovids you brought from Earth. Rex, though, Rex is really acclimated to Vertumna's hot, sultry weather. Need empathy 40 or higher. Yeah. Huh. Rex leaves his head back aloud and it echoes through the courtyard. Oh, he yells. Ah, oh. You both giggle, then lock eyes for a few seconds that feel like literal months. Eventually, Rex fixes you with a fangy smile and scratches the back of his head. It does nice things to his whole chest, shoulder, bicep situation. So you like what you see, huh? He leans in like sharing a secret. Me too, he whispers, then winks at you. There's Tang. Tangent is about to duck back into engineering when you approach. She winces and shields her eyes from the sun. She looks at you miserably, and you notice that her right eye is glowing faintly. It's my new hollow eye implant, Tang says. A ghostly glow snaps in and out of existence as she blinks. It seems to be experiencing some unpleasant side effects from it. Similar to that of an ocular migraine, Tang confesses. Instance warned me that this level of visual information can be difficult for the human brain to comprehend at first. You agree to follow her into engineering and get out of the sun. I'm starting a new run now, not sure what the plan. Favorite characters? To be honest, pretty much everyone aside from Face. It's similar to a hollow palm, she explains, still holding her forehead and squinting, but with an infinitely large screen because it projects it directly into the oculus. It used to belong to Dr. Instance, but she passed it down to me to help with my work. Wait, so it used to stop. Well, I guess if you're fine. I definitely think my favorite characters are probably Nomi and Mane and Tammy, which for a first run is rough. I'm sure you're used to it too. Tang sets her jaw and nods, determined. I know I will. It's only pain. It's more than an implant, Tang continues as you follow her to the Med Bay labs. Hollow eyes aren't the very forefront of human augmentation. They represent our next step towards ascending as a species. She touches the red scar where her holopalm used to be. No more chunky screens, no privacy concerns, she says quietly. Elegant integrated design. It observes the motion of my hands and uses it to generate AR interfaces for my entire field of vision. It's partly powered by my own metabolism, though the magment's embedded in my skull. It's beautiful. Nobody else is here. You hear the gentle hum of experiments running in the corner. This kind of technology is so far beyond what we're capable of reproducing in the colony, she says. Tang sighs, rubbing her temple under the implant. Once they're gone, they're gone. Maybe Earth will send us a shipment of new ones someday, but I expect they've developed something more advanced since we left Earth. I suppose it's more likely they've forgotten about us completely. Bring, bring. The quiet hum of the laboratory is shattered by an alarm. Tang jumps up at the sudden noise and shuts her eyes tight. I have to get this, she mutters, gesturing in the air to silence the ringing. The simulation I'm running is time sensitive, she explains. The specimens require minute changes to their environment every 2 hours. Temperature, humidity, high light levels. She grimaces. If we had better automation, this wouldn't be a problem. I could do it. Tenji considers this. Yes, you have proven yourself trustworthy in the lab, she says. It's experiment 2A on the wall there. She slumps down on the floor beside you, rests her head on her arms. Go tell me what you see, and I will walk you through it. Yeah, Rex, Tang, and Dis are pretty good. Rex is a good boy. Tang's pretty cool. With Tang's assistance, you see the new environmental parameters for experiment, which seems to involve fungal growths of some kind. It's unfamiliar to you, but you're able to follow Tang's instructions clearly. While you're looking over some of the specimens, you realize there could be improvements to Tang's modeling. Though Tang, without spoilers, does have some issues for me later on. Uh, in this, eh, this needs a hug. This needs so many hugs. Tang? To be honest, design-wise, I'm pretty partial to Nomi Nomi. That's just for me. I like bright, colorful things. You make the changes and log them diligently in the computer. Tang breathes a sigh of relief when you return, unaware of your meddling. For now, that should buy me 2 more hours, she says. Tang shifts over, wordlessly inviting you to sit down beside her. Her arm is cool to the touch as it rests against yours. Tang turns to you. Thank you for your assistance. It was nothing. Tang gives you a slight smile, barely visible to the faint glow of her hollow eye. Then thanks for nothing, I suppose, she says. Please don't tell Instance that my body is adjusting poorly to the hollow eye, she says. It's only temporary. This stupid flesh prison is not allowed to draw the limits of my form. Yeah. Secret to being a fae? We don't do anything we don't want to. So, unfortunately, Vase's story is probably never making an appearance anywhere. Jerk. Anyway. Oh, hey, look. Hey, Dis. I feel like everyone's gone insane, Dis says, looking around at the increased activity outside the walls. It's not just me who can see that, right? The planet is bigger and older than we can even imagine. If we act aggressive, it's just going to smack us down even harder, Dis spreads his hand. No one is listening. We have to listen to the planet. Sure, in the middle of that tirade, I'm just gonna, like, hand you a medicinal plant? Cool. Sometimes that juxtaposition of just rant, 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 okay, here's like a plant, is kind of funny. eh. Cal. Cal is very nice looking as he gets older. Cal is taking a break in the shelter of the geoponics dome. As you approach, you see him tossing crumbs from his lunch into an area of uncleared scrub. As you get closer still, you recognize the glinting of Hopeye's iconic four eyes. Shh, Cal says, holding his finger to his lips. This one's got a little touch of baby Hop Kitty somewhere. I've almost got her to trust. So she'll take me back to her nest, and then I can move them outside the walls. Sure, that's nice. Have a bobber fruit. What's our friendship levels? I want to get Tang up to about 90, just in case something triggers. The other one who gets a glow up is Mars. She definitely puts a lot of effort into herself, and that is something I can appreciate. He sees Mars reclining with her feet in a bowl of water, colorful goop on her face, and slices of dust melon on her eyes. She lifts the dust melon off her eyes as you approach. I can identify the clumping of your horrible boots with fast asleep, darling, she says. Are you still running around everywhere? It sounds exhausting. It's important to take care of yourself. She settles the dust melon slice back on her eyes and smiles. You should take notes. Sure, here's a flower. She holds up the flower to look at. A flower? A cheap gift, but I suppose it will look good in my hair, thank you. Yeah. Well, I mean, he may be a pacifist, but like, it takes a lot of strength to be a pacifist. B, when you're dealing with like actual life and death, eh. Did I already give Nomi her stuff? Their stuff? Yeah. Oh, I haven't given Rex his stuff. First a hug. Hey. And I got a present for you. Because you're the only person who takes these. Rex beams with happiness as you hand him Mushwood. Wow, really, really? I need this to build my bar. Nothing a dog likes more than a stick. I feel like that could be taken in so many ways. I think we should head up to Engineering Ridge. See what we can find there. Down deepest where the glow crystals grow thick and the air is stagnant and dead. It's already sweltering on the ridges, but in the chasms you can see the heat warping the air almost like a permanent fog. Utopia says the air's so thick and still down there you can't even use your glider down there. Yes, that is true of Rex as well. At least one thing that survives in the haze, though, while you can take a break for lunch one day, you can see flickers of silver darting in and out of the fog like ripples of light on a lake. As you unpack your tiffin box, the silver flashes come out of the fog and begin to surround you. They're animals, eyeless, almost translucent creatures about the length of your arm, trailing meters-long tentacles behind them. Their mournful hootings is magical and strange. You look them up on your holopump. Oh, air squid babies! Wait, air squids are predators. Okay. Do. Do. And. Do. 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 You duck behind some roots and keep perfectly still as the creeper creatures float around and past you. They don't seem to be hunting for food. They must be on their way somewhere. Air squid adults are solitary hunters, but these juveniles form large groups and move together fluidly like schools of fish. Once they're a safe distance away, you take some notes on their social behavior. The oddest thing is how many there were. Hundreds of the things, but mature air squids are very rare creatures, more often heard than seen. Must be tough life if so few of them reach adulthood. Presumably, there's a predator that hunts them when they're young. Oh, that's semi-important. Yeah, pillar knocked over, really long, kilometer in length. Engineering. Let's see, what have we got? All cards There we go. Good enough. More engineering! Kudos! Yeah. Do I care what this is? Eh. Probably. See what this is. You're trudging along when suddenly you're buffeted by hot wind. No, like very hot wind. Lethally hot. The ridges are already baking, but all of a sudden it feels like you're trapped in a nuclear reactor. Your skin dries out and your lips begin to crack. Your eyeballs feel like sandpaper. Find the source. You take careful readings from a distance, triangulate them, and discover the source of the wind. A red-hot, sports ball-sized crystal emanator, hidden in a small crevice. When you smash it, it doesn't shatter like crystal. It almost looks as if it could have been organic. Was it some kind of defensive barrier? Yet another weird mystery to these ridges. Let's check you out. You come across a particularly flat area, a large field of obsidian. Well, obsidian is the only word you have for it, but you've never seen obsidian this bright. Like a rainbow is trapped underneath its glossy black surface, like the entire ground here is polished black opal. The field glints under the sun at certain angles, momentarily blinding you. It looks slippery and shiny. Let's skate. Do. Oh, that's useful. Card becomes a 3. 5, 5, 5. Take off your shoes and glide around in your sock feet. You take a tumble and get a little bruised, but have a blast. Woo! Just enjoy yourself. Whee! Don't slide off the edge of the cliff. Yeah! I have a feeling I could work my way back up, but a heat-susceptible human might not be able to. Beautiful little locust lands on your arm. It calmly washes its face with its forearms and vibrates its wings like it's cooling off. Aw, the poor little guy is all alone. Locust. Move on. Good thing, too, because a whole swarm of them is coming over their horizon. You're out of there before they arrive, and when you come back later in the week, the entire place has been stripped of vegetation. The only things still standing are the crystals glinting in the sunlight. Hey, Utopia. Utopia sent a team of geologists to get a closer look at this region's weird terrain. You come across them working, and Utopia beckons you over. Solana, she says, drawing everyone's attention to you. Solana, come here, everyone. Solana's been working in this area for a while, and I'm sure she's got plenty of information on what's out there. The geologist turned politely towards you and listened. Here's what we got so far, Utopia says, speaking directly to you. Judging from how the layers of sedimentation are broke up, this place used to be pretty flat, there must have been a ton of earthquake activity, ripping up the land and bringing up these huge ridges. We can date the quakes around the time a lot of these ruins were created, she adds, and we're looking, but we haven't seen anything built after them, like that was it for the old convergent domain. These broken up layers are the same across the planet. Something sure happened, and about 20,000 years ago. Share your findings on the crystals. The crystals soak up energy from the sun and transfer it underground. What if that energy was unleashed suddenly? Utopia watches bemused as the geologist crunched numbers. It would have been an enormous amount of energy, but if this entire region was one big solar battery, that kind of energy, the energy of two suns, could definitely cause earthquakes of the magnitude that could rip apart the land. Yeah. The what now, Utopia asks? I never heard of that, she says, and the geologist Alex. You explain the convergent domain and this huge super be dangerous. One of them talks and his name's Sim. It's not one to throw a theory, but that's pretty far-fetched, Lana. All we've seen are ruined. She squints and thinks it over. Well, if that's true, maybe something went wrong with this array and it overloaded all the solar crystals. The level of cataclysmic disaster is the sort of thing that might end a civilization. One of them talks and his name's Sim. I think we'll skip the -1 card. Don't mention Sim. Help them work. You set up a drone hive to measure the sediment layers along the cliffside and learn a few things about rocks. What do you do? You're getting thirsty. Oh, lost our canteen again. Search for water. Oh, that didn't work. Oh well. 3, 4. That's gonna become a... Oh. Oh, jeez. There we go. Oh, great, a lot of zeros. 4, 4. Valley is wild. 0. There we go. Perception. There's no natural water around, but in search you turn up your last canteen. That was lucky. Grab that. See what you do. The path ahead is blocked by a field of snaking vines and brambles. They're flowering, enormous, happy blossoms swaying in the shimmering heat waves. You can push through them, but your holophone beeps a warning, a radiation warning. These flowers seem to be highly radioactive, far too radioactive for the mild shielding your suit provides. Luckily, you've analyzed these radioactive plants and know how to pass through safely. Neutralize the radiation! Good thing you studied this plant earlier and know its wily ways. You tickle it just so, and the radioactive flower closes. You push through your way through the other side unharmed. Hey, Sam. Take that. You know what this is? Fully grown dilly pillars are like massive, slow-moving trains. If one crosses your path, you're in for a wait. Which is exactly what you're doing. The gargantuan dragon has been slowly lumbering over the ridge for at least half an hour, its body disappearing into the heat haze of the chasm on both sides. Its feet slowly undulate across the clacked soil, making slushing noises and scattering boulders in its wake. Climb it! The creature is moving more than slowly enough for you to climb up, using its large, soft spikes as handholds. It's going to take hours to get anywhere interesting, but from up on its back you can see further. Also, there are other creatures up here. You've climbed up right next to a cluster of Dorbs moths, huts stacked under their wings like they're sleeping, and in the other direction there's even a bush bump. Or rather, it looks like a pile of rocks and some twigs. Let's just climb down. Easily done, you're free and clear on the other side of the commuter train-like creature. Giant snakes. Well, giant caterpillar dragon things. You think you see Sim running through the trees up ahead near the edge of the cliff. You call out to him, but your voice is drowned out by a screeching roar that shakes the forest. A manticore! You're feeling a remarkable lack of self-preservation today, so you holster your scanner and follow the noise through the trees. To find Sim fending off not one, but 3 manticores at the edge of the cliff, his back to the fatal drop behind. He's bleeding profusely from his hairline, and his left arm hangs useless at his side. He doesn't even register your presence as he tries to calm the beast with soothing sounds. One of the manticores knocks him off his feet, and your heart lurches as a spray of stones clatters down the cliff. The beasts have him completely at their mercy. The lead manticore's delicate feet pin Sim's tattered clothing to the ground, spittle drooling from its misshapen jaws, and you watch Sim's expression twist with an emotion you've never seen in him before. Fear. Let's save him! Do. Alright, what else can we drop? 10? 9? Sure, that works. Okay. Drop that there. Lot of stress, but we're fine. Somehow, using all your strength and then more, you defeat the lead manticore. The 2 smaller ones scatter, hissing their displeasure and biting at each other. With the death of their alpha, negotiating their new pack dynamics should distract them for a while. You okay? Sim waves you off with the arm that doesn't hang limp at his side. I am fine, he gasps. I feel pain, but it does not control my behavior as much as it seems to in humans. You and Sim both collapse in the dirt, breathing hard. Your head is spinning with adrenaline and a little bit of blood loss, to be honest. And as you look over at Sim, he looks similarly stunned. That was impressive, Solana, he says. I had no idea you were such an adept warrior. It's thrilling, actually. His gaze drops to your mouth, then back to your eyes. We're aiming for Nem this time. You're both startled by a crashing sound from the trees. One of the 2 remaining manticores breaks through the tree line and roars at you, blood and spittle spraying from its ravenous jaws. There's no sign of the other, clearly lesser manticore. Run, Sim gasps, pulling you both to your feet. He gives you a push and you start running parallel to the cliff, trying to get some distance before it's safe to duck back into the trees. You don't hear Sim behind you. You root around just in time to see Sim clash with the manticore, grappling with its huge front claws as it pushes him closer to the edge of the cliff with dancer-like strength. Go, Sim yells. Rocks clatter down the cliff by his feet. Please, Solana, just go. You don't even have a chance to be a hero. The manticore takes Sim's neck in its jaws and he screams in pain. Oof. Sim locks eyes with you once more as time slows to a crawl, then speeds up as he grabs hold of the manticore and launches himself backward off the cliff. They're gone before you can scream. You rush to the edge, and it's too late to catch even his trailing, tattered coat. It's a long way down, and the wind buffets your face viciously. You try to blink away the image of their bodies falling through the air, now seared into your memory. Gain status in mourning, 17 stress, and Sim's curiosity too. You turn away from the smudges at the bottom of the cliff, but you still see it. You sit down stunned and stay that way for a long time. How can he be gone, just like that? Dead. There won't be any funeral for him, the alien who would be human. It's not like you can bring his remains home to be properly recycled. It's a small comfort that at least out here, it won't be long until nature takes its course. Sim would probably have wanted that, you think. With a heavy heart, you return to the transport station. You just want to go home. Aw. That sucks. Sim was pretty awesome. Let's grab some water for this one here. It's our 17th birthday. But it's not just your birthday. Quiet is a time of new growth, a celebration of life and hope, not just for this year, but for humanity's presence on Vertumna for years to come. You and your friends are the symbols of that hope. Quite literally, you are the future of humanity. Oh, if Face is the future of humanity, that is not a good future. As you're all beginning to take your places as adults in the colony, the council has decided to throw a party in your honor. The Vertumnan Youth Ball. Mars is organizing it, of course. You get an embossed invitation on real paper slipped under your door. So, I guess I could go, party! Party all night long! Nope, dancing is for dweebs. Oh, hell yeah, party! You slip into some party clothes and head over to the lounge to celebrate, well, yourselves. And yourself specifically. It is your birthday after all. The lounge is all decked out, the decorations look expensive, must have taken a lot of nanoprinter crits. Your friends are transformed too. Everyone is dressed up and looking like the young adults you're becoming. You can hardly recognize some of them. Mars catches your eyes and waves, her bangs jingling joyfully. She looks like a model from her holomags. Every inch of her primped, painted, and perfumed. Solana, happy birthday! I'm glad you could make it, she says, over the steady thrum of music. Drinks are over there, make your song request to Congruence, and take off your shoes. You look down at your boots, then back up to Mars skeptically. She rolls her eyes and does a little bounce. Sock hop, just like Earth, duh! At the refreshment table, Cal is stuffing his face with party food, and Rex shoves 2 glasses of punch in your hands. Gotta stay hydrated, he says, pouring himself another glass. We'll be sweating it out one way or another, he winks at you. Double entendre king there. Well, that's not really a double entendre, that's more just, hey! Don't let them fool you, Tangent mutters, joining you. She smears a glob of something pink and meaty looking on a cracker. It's well-documented phenomenon that people inexperienced with imbibing alcohol will begin to act as if they're drunk, even if they're completely sober. To Rex, she adds, I mean, of course, that I am not going to suffer any bad behavior. Rex grins as he pulls a flask out of his vest and pours a healthy addition into his glass. Who says it's going to be an act? Let's get a little loose. Come on, it's a party! Music changes to something with a fast pounding beat. Rex throws his head back and howls. Woo, it's time to dance. You, Rex, and Mars take the dance floor. After a while, Nam follows, pulling Vase behind her. You all dance until it feels like your heart's going to burst. From excitement, from exertion, and from the sheer joy of throwing yourselves around the room with your friends. Nomi, who's playing DJ with Congruence, spins up something a lot slower, more romantic. Grab a partner and pull them close, they announce dreamily, or whatever distance you both feel comfortable with. Everyone giggles awkwardly and shuffles around, feeling the intangible friction of teenage politics. Who dances with whom? Who makes the first move? I think about Sim. Is this even here? I look for Tangent, get an audience with Mars, talk to Cal. Let's go walk over to Nem. Nem smiles and dances with you, clearly not taking it too seriously. She steps on your toes a few times, apologizes, and then spends the rest of her time making honking noises at opportune moments in the song to mess with the heartfelt lyrics. You join in and giggle your way through the rest of the song. After your dance, she politely excuses herself and goes to dance with Face. You see them making out on the dance floor a few minutes later. As the after the slow songs, there we go, Nomi spins Congruent's music library to something with a little more bounce to it. The dance floor once more floods with bodies ready to gyrate the night away. But the tunes are abruptly interrupted by Governor Lum's here speak hijacking the feed. He strides to the stage, flanked by Security Chief Rhett. Everyone on the dance floor whines in unison at having some buzzkill adult stop the music, but Lum just raises his hands and smiles indulgently. Look at all of you, he says. Young pioneers! I look at you and I see the future! Not just of this colony, but all of humanity! You catch a few people rolling their eyes. You've heard this before. Literally. Rhett here, come on. Good man, a real good man, really the best of the colony. Shared this poem from a great Earth poet, Lum continues. Now, I'm not one for poetry myself, then shut up, but damn, if it's not something I want to share with you kids tonight, on the eve of something really big. He clears his throat and reads from his holopalm. We cannot tarry here, we cannot bear the brunt of danger. We, the youthful sinewy races, all the rest on us depend. Down the edges, through the passes, up the mountain steep, conquering, hoarding, daring, venturing as we go, the unknown ways. Pioneers, oh pioneers. We primeval forest felling, we the river stemming, vexing we and piercing deep the mines within. We the surface broad surveying, we the virgin soil upheaving, pioneers, oh pioneers. Yeah, I mean, if anyone interrupted my party and just started reading poetry, I love poetry, but in the middle of a party? Really? It's not about you? Literally about the kids. And you just come on the stage with security to be like, hey, I'm gonna read this poem now? Brett looks a little pained, but Lum continues. What do you think that poem means, kids? He asks. Does it mean we should sit here in our colony, politely waiting for this planet to make space for us? He clenches his fist evocatively in the air. No, he exclaims. It means we need to get out there. We need to grab Vertumna by the balls and make it respect us. He points to you specifically. I need you, the next generation, to lead the charge. This is your planet, and you're old enough now to defend it. I'm asking all eligible fighters to join squads massing in expeditions, to get out there and attack those monsters where they live. We're taking the fight to them. No more hiding behind our walls. To your left, Vase and Nem lead the cheering that erupts. Lum and Rhett leave and the music spins back up again, but only a few die-hard partygoers still want to dance. Everyone else is broken into small groups to discuss the announcement. You are angry. Like, he's basically telling kids, go out there and fight. Like, this is bullshit, Cal exclaims, causing a few heads to turn. They're not even going to try to figure out why the animals are attacking us. They're just going to kill, kill, kill. He waves his arms over his head. Aren't we supposed to be better than that? Dis clearly agrees, though much more quietly. They don't even know what's out there, he mutters. They have no idea what they're up against. The party fizzles out as everyone drifts away from the lounge. You return to find your dad has stayed up to make sure you got home safe. He's never done that before. You've always been told the colony was safe. Now, you see his sad eyes, and you know that time is over. That time when you realize you can't leave the doors open anymore. So, 17. Already given gifts to everybody this month, so it's mostly just rushing through and seeing if anyone wants to talk. We can't really go out or do anything because we're in mourning. So why don't we actually just rest? Who do we need to build friendship with? No, we build friendship with Rex. So we'll go rest in the lounge. Relax in the lounge. Both of those are actually kind of useful, so we'll keep them. One thing I have noticed about this, and I'm not sure if it's a glitch or what, but we are not going for guard duty. Visit the gym. You're supposed to be able to upgrade basic cards, but you can't. So, not sure what to do there. Hey, buddy. Again, nothing for this week, so I guess we'll just... Actually, sure, why not? Let's apply for guard duty. Ah, you're back, Red says. He walks over to face you. Not many original colonists want to step up for defense duty. Not like these Helio soldiers, he says. I've been trying. The rest of our council might not agree it's necessary to recruit children, but they haven't seen the things I have. So, do you find your courage? Well. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. But we need to up our defense some more, so... we'll do defense training. Some more combat, animals, and stress, and friendship with one person I care about and one person I couldn't care less about. So, new month. I think the only person who has a birthday in Pollen is... well, birthday in Pollen that's currently available. Or that I care about. Is Rex. I say care about because I don't know when Vase's birthday is, and I don't care. And it could be in Pollen, but I, again, don't care. We'll buy cake for Cal later. And we'll save a gift for Nem. Do we have anything Nem would like? Not really, so in that case I think we'll give the cake to Nem. Hey. Found something you might like. Here's a flower. Oh, you wanna talk now? Great. Mars and Nomi are bent over one of Nomi's sketchbooks. Mars is talking animatedly. With expansive hand gestures, Nomi is nodding along and taking notes. No, 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 Mars exclaims. This neckline needs bolder lines, and down here, lots and lots of extra fabric. And make this part gold. I want it to scream, I don't have to work like everybody else. I'm only here to look beautiful and have people adore me. But we do have to work, Nomi pouts. Nanoprinting's restricted for these kinds of materials. It costs kudos. Mars rolls her eyes. That's the point. Nomi huffs. Not everyone's got as many kudos as you, Marzipan, especially us Helios. We didn't have any at all when we landed. If I want to wear something other than uniforms, I usually trade or mod old clothes instead of printing new ones. Mars looks appalled. You trade clothes? You don't even sell them to each other for kudos? Nomi shrugs and tucks their hair behind their ear. It's just some kids can't afford to print these kinds of clothing, right? So we're losing out on them as potential customers, so maybe instead you could design clothes that are pretty but also made from common materials, so everybody can have them? Nomi smiles brightly. Then maybe when you're in charge, you can get rid of kudos entirely. It doesn't seem right that we trade kudos for extra stuff when we're all supposed to only have what we need anyway. Nomi packs up their sketchbook and leaves, and Mars turns to you with a thoughtful look. Oh, Nomi doesn't know that I was the one who started selling things for kudos in the first place. My dads keep saying I shouldn't do that because hoarding kudos and treating them like currency will cause... She makes quotation marks in the air with her fingers. Wealth inequality. Do you think they might be right? Nomi's right. The Helios are broke. Oh, Mars says, tapping her chin. I mean, I knew the Helios were tragic, but I just thought they had terrible taste, you know? The uniforms and the haircuts. I didn't know it was because they were poor. Oh dear, Mars. I really don't think that kudos make everything unequal, Mars continues. Like, you can always work harder if you want something nice, right? That's what I do. Ooh, Mars. Mars looks genuinely troubled. It's great that we have everything we need. Well, as long as there's not a weird disease or a famine or whatever. Mars? Hi. Mom died in a famine. But we're still poor, you know? She sighs. We're poor in culture. Like, yes, every colonist has a steaming pile of mashed tripe every morning, noon, and night. But if I want to watch a holovid I haven't seen a million cajillion times? Mars puts her hands on her head. When we only focus on survival, who's making the holovids and the symphonies and the gourmet food? She throws her arms in the air and shouts, We have everything we need, but we're poor. Poor people don't care about art. Mars snaps her fingers. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I've got it. I'm a genius. If the adults won't incentivize the creative class, we need to do it ourselves. We need to get the adults on board with adopting kudos and using it to pay for luxury goods instead of slaving away in the depot or the kitchen. People like Nomi could be artisans. She grabs you by the shoulders. If we have an actual creative class, maybe we can get some culture on this stupid rock. Oh, Mars. I can't believe I never thought of it before, she says, clearly possessed with a beautiful vision. I'm the richest teenager in the colony, but what good is it if there's nothing to buy? Hence, here I am, sitting on more kudos than I could ever use, and I could be using it to kickstart the creative economy. I could be a patron of the arts. Mars releases you and pulls up the finances screen of her holopalm. You catch a glimpse of her balance, which is more kudos than you've ever made in a year, at least. Yes, good, Mars says, thinking out loud. More than enough to start. She looks at you. Well, Salona, she says imperiously, you'll join me. Right? Let's give away some kudos. But no one here gets paid. Like, you explained that. Just like people don't get paid for being farmers or soldiers, people who create art shouldn't be paid either. The colony should just support artists outright, even if they're not essential to life. Mars looks at you as if you started speaking an alien language. Well, yes, obviously, she says. When I'm in charge, the colony will support artists just like we support everyone else. But until then, uh, sure. I'll be nice. Mars nods as you transfer 10 kudos into our account. It's not much, but it's a start. Uh-huh. We'll just be nice. It's like giving the raving person like $1 so they go away. Uh, hey man, hugs! Oh. You follow the sounds of laughter and find Nomi Nomi and Rex playing catch. Or maybe the word for the game they're playing is more like fetch. Nomi throws the ball as far as they can, and Rex tears after it, climbing and leaping over anything in his way like it's not even there. Rex hands the ball back to Nomi, and Nomi winds up to throw it again, but at the last second they palm the ball and hide it under their arm. Rex barrels off away from Nomi with his ground-eating stride, and gets pretty far away before he stops and looks around confused. He looks back at Nomi, who wiggles the ball at him and bursts out laughing. Nomi, he shouts, running back to them. He picks them up and hauls them over his shoulder, and Nomi shrieks with delight as Rex spins them around. Two Helio kids in their crisp uniforms pass by, glaring archly at Nomi and Rex. Rex sits Nomi down and then spots you over Nomi's shoulder. Well, hey, it's Salona, he says. Nomi turns around and gives you a stunningly bright smile. Rex slings his arm over Nomi, and Nomi lays their head on his shoulder. They're both breathless and beaming with happiness. Did I miss something? You two dating? Rex and Nomi look at each other and make twin sounds of disgust. What? No, 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 not at all, Rex exclaims. Nomi's practically my sibling. He tightens his grip around Nomi's shoulder. I mean, I love them, I really do, but not like that. Nomi sticks their tongue out. I don't like anyone like that, they add, but I love Rex too. He's my best friend. Aw, buddy, Rex coos and wraps his whole body around Nomi's smaller one. He kisses them noisily on the cheek, sniffling into their hair, while Nomi shrieks with laughter again. We are always the odd ones out on the heliopause, Rex says. People thought we were weird, you know? You probably don't see it because everyone is so awesome here, but compared to all the rest of those smug, boring jerks, we really stuck out. No, I get that. Like, Vase is like the antithesis of you. He looks down at Nomi, who beams up at him. And I got to be different with my best friend, which was awesome. We just hung out together and had our own fun while everyone else trained to be proper little soldiers. Right, Nomi? Nomi frowns. Like Vase and all his cronies, they say quietly. It wasn't all fun and games. Rex shushes Nomi and strokes his head through their hair. I know, he says, but that's in the past. We don't have to grow up to be soldiers. We're here now, and there's so many more people to be friends with. He shoots you a smile. Like Solana. Yeah, I'm your friend. Rex smiles and holds his other arm out to you. Group hug! Rex gives really good hugs, and Nomi's no slouch either. I think I also got you a present. Here's another log. Woo! Rex howls with happiness as he takes the mushwood from you. You remember my birthday, and you brought me the perfect thing to help build my bar. Talk to Nomi. Hey, Nomi! When is Nomi's birthday? I should check that, just to be sure. Mid-dust. Oh, so he missed it last year. Oh, sorry, Nomi. Here's a present for you. Take this strange thingamajig. Nomi gasps and takes the strange device, turning it over in their hand. For me? Really? I can't wait to crack it open and see what makes it tick. Just so long as you're only doing that to a machine. You're catching up with Nem between her drills when she looks over her shoulder and frowns. Newton's bloody apple, she curses, seeming to shrink behind you. She's here again. You turn, and at the other end of the garrison, you see a small crowd of young soldiers forming around Chief Steward Antecedent. Oh, God. She's handing out a bunch of tiffins and doling out hugs to anyone who comes within melee range, which is quite a few of them. You've noticed, just from hanging around the garrison, even some of the transplanted Helio soldiers have started calling her Auntie. This must be why. She comes by every couple of days, Nems grumbles. Like, we're still kids in the creche, playing in our skirts. It's so disruptive. Eventually, the crowd around Antecedent thins, and she makes her way over to you and Nem. She greets you with a warm hug. She smells nice like flour and yeast. Hello, Solana, she says. Have you eaten? I'm fine. Let me switch out your water bottle then, she says, taking yours and giving you a full one. It's important to stay hydrated. Antecedent turns to Nem. You can almost feel the temperature in the room drop several degrees as Nem stonily stares down at her mother. Antecedent's smiles grow thin, and she clutches the handles of her basket. How about you, Annie? Have you eaten? Do you need... Nem scowls and crosses her arms. I'm fine, she says, cutting off her mother. Just like I was yesterday and last week. I don't need you to manage me. If you're sure, Antecedent responds hesitantly, it's the mother's job to worry, Annie. She reaches out to lay a hand on Nem's scaly cheek, but Nem jerks backward and slaps her hand away. Oh yeah, Nem retorts. You just sit around and worry? Must be nice. I bet you'd like it if that was all I did too, huh? If I quit being a soldier and spent all day cuddling babies and wiping noses and fixing clothes like you did, nice and safe in the creche forever? Wow, like, you don't belong here. Like, no, like, both of them sort of have points, but Nem's is mostly, I am teenager, I am angry, and also I have witnessed horrific tragedy in my life, so I am very angry, so we're gonna try and calm this down. Nem turns her frightening scowl on you. Stay out of this, Solana. I've never thought that, Annie, she says, laying her hand on her heart. I worry because I love you, and I always will. I'm just doing what I can to keep you safe. Love doesn't keep anyone safe, Nem exclaims, raising her voice enough that some of the soldiers turn their heads to watch. Her thunderous expression convinces most of them to just go back to their business. Nem clenches her fists. Love didn't keep calm safe, did it? She says, her voice breaking. There's no amount of love or worry on this whole stupid planet that can do that, so you should just stop, okay? Stop or do something that's actually useful. I'm never gonna be like you. I'm going to fight. Vase peels off from his unit and jogs over to stand beside Nem. You okay, babe? He asks, putting his arm on Anemone's shoulder. She covers it with her own and angles her body towards. Yeah, everything just galactic, Nem mutters. My mom was just about to tell me again how much she wishes I would give up being a soldier so I can pop out babies and be safe. Antecedent sputters, trying to explain herself, but Vase beats her to it. Anemone is an exemplary soldier, Chief Steward, he says calmly. I know it's hard for a mother to accept, but we're all much safer safer for her service to the colony. He puts one finger under Nem's chin, talking directly to her. And remember, Nemi, that we exist to protect people like your mother, to preserve the bond between parents and their children. Vase gives Antessin a stiff smile. If the stars align, one day we won't lose any more sons. A soft "oh" escapes Antessin as she blasts her eyes. Oh. You are one of the good ones, aren't you? She says, clearly trying not to cry. No, he's not! He's a manipulative little fucker. Just walking in the footsteps of the good men and women who served before me, man. Vase replies. We couldn't do it without you keeping the hearth lit for us. Speaking of, I'll take lunch if you have any left. Antessin laughs and hands him her Tiffnumfer basket, then goes up on her twos to give him a quick hug. Over her shoulder, Vase spots a cheeky wink at Nem, who rolls her eyes and snorts. Ugh. I really hate people like that. So we're at war then, Tank says, filling her. I have mixed feelings. First of all, nature has been at war with us since the day we landed, so it takes an official declaration in order to secure more resources for engineering. I accept it. Welcome to the Good Fight Administration. She pulls back the microscope and glints, linking her eyes. On the other hand, it's ridiculous to declare war on an intangible enemy. One may as well declare war on aging. Well, humanity has a history of that. They declared war on poverty. That didn't work. They declared war on drugs. That really didn't work. Hope you find it useful. To be fair, I don't think any of their wars have really worked out well. Yeah, that one didn't work either. We're looking around for Cal when you overhear him just around the other side of the geoponics dome. For the last time, leave me alone. Doesn't sound good. You get closer and find Cal facing down Rhett and Vase. They've cornered him, their body language calm and relaxed, while Cal is so angry he's almost shaking. Cal, please listen to us, Rhett says, spreading his hands. We're not here to conscript you. I can't force you to join the army. All I'm saying is that I need good, loyal, strong young men like you out there on the front lines. Rhett smiles. You're a good boy, Cal. I admire your passion for peace and your dedication to fighting for it. That's why I'm here, asking you to help me protect the colony. Protect the colony, Cal spits. That's such a lie. You're not protecting anything. You're just slaughtering defenseless animals in their homes. It's disgusting. Hey, Vase retorts, taking a step forward with his fist raised. Show some respect. Cal squares up like he's ready to take the hit. For who, he asks, voice sharp. Psychopaths like you? Vase roars and looks like he's about to take a swing, but Rhett holds him back with one raised hand. Vase slinks back to Rhett's side, glowering at Cal. I can tell you need a bit more time, Rhett says. I just wanted to let you know that my door is always open if... Get lost, Cal says, cutting Rhett off. Rhett looks surprised. I am not interested. I never will be. Vase looks like he's about to lip off again, but Rhett speaks before he can. All I ask is that you keep it in the back of your mind, Cal. When you come around, I'll be happy to talk about your opinions. In other words, he's just being, wow, condescending much. When they leave, Vase gives you a scathing look as they pass. Cal sits down heavily on the sack of fertilizer he must have been carrying before Vase and Rhett cornered him. This isn't even the first time, he mutters, his face in his hands. They're really dead set on getting me to join the hunting parties. I told them I don't want to kill anything, and Rhett was like, it's okay, you can just tell us how to kill them. He looks up exasperated. Like that's any better. Like, if you don't want to, they should just leave you alone. Me too, Cal sighs. They have a real messed up idea of what it means to serve the colony. Like, who do they think grows their food? Ghosts? Cal picks up a loose thread on the sack like he's sitting on. Man, this whole war is light speed stupid, he mutters. Lum and his people come crashing in here and think they run the place because they have bombs and guns, and nobody stops to think, like, maybe we're actually the invasive species here. I'm glad you agree, Cal says. I just feel like we just showed up, plopped ourselves right in the middle of the food web, Cal continues, and we didn't even think for a second about the chaos that would cause on the ecosystem. We owe it to this planet to do our best to try to understand. Cal looks out towards the walls. Maybe the answer is out there, he says quietly. You go on expeditions a lot, right? Can you keep an eye out for, like, the answer to everything? Cal's shoulders slump in a sigh and he pushes himself to his feet. Man, I wish I could talk about the stuff with the anemone. He sighs, slinging the sack of fertilizer over his broad shoulders again. You can see why Rhett wanted to get him on the defense force so badly. I miss her, Cal admits. I miss that we used to be close when we were kids. He shakes his head. But she's got all human supremacist now, and I just can't stomach that, you know? Well, part of it is trauma, and part of that is an aggressive asshole just manipulating the crap out of her. What? Here, I'll give you a fucking flower. How does that make you feel? Really? A flower? Wow, what a dick. I feel like I should learn some stuff about him. But even just, like, a flower, really. Hey, Dis. Yeah, here, have a strange medicinal plant. Oh, you want to talk, buddy? You can't find Dis outside the walls, even though the duty roster has him working on the expedition vehicles today. After asking around, one of the crewmates points you to where she'd seen him disappear in the forest just 10 minutes ago. You thank her and set off into the wilderness. You pick up a few things about tracking after hanging out with Dis for so long, so you follow the trail into the nearby mushwood forest until you hear him speaking calm and slowly. Shh, it's going to be okay, just let me help you. You follow his voice to find him kneeling on the ground next to a wounded Hopeye. The scent of blood and animal fear colors there. Dis nice glints as he pulls it from his sheath. Don't worry, he says to the creature. I've got you. It won't hurt anymore real soon. A branch snaps under your foot and Dis's head jerks up. His eyes go wide, but he doesn't greet you. Instead, he gestures for you to get closer and look at the Hopeye. Its single leg is mangled beyond recognition from a hunter's snap trap, and it's bleeding heavily. It can only stare up at Dis, defeat in its 4 eyes. It struggles once more, then goes still from the insertion, wheezing miserably. Oh. They tell everyone they're humane traps, Dis murmurs, but humans lie, don't they? They lie all the time. The hunters won't be back to check the trap until tomorrow, Dis continues, looking down at the Hopeye with grim expression. I have to put it out of its misery. Dis nods once and steels himself. With the clean cut, he slices through the neck of the Hopeye. It tenses, twitching in fear reflex, then goes limp in his arms. Dis is quiet at your side for a long time, breathing evenly in through his nose and out through his mouth, like he's meditating. It's better to die quickly than to suffer in a trap, but there shouldn't have been a trap here in the first place, he says eventually. He clicks his tongue against his teeth. It's pointless. It was going to die eventually, but not here. It's not natural. It's not the death part that bothers me. It's our vanity. Humans are so afraid of extinction that they'll kill indiscriminately to avoid it. Dis takes out a cloth and wipes the Hopeye's blood off his blade, his movements slow and reverent. I used to let it control me, too. I thought dying meant that living was pointless, he continues. But now I know the truth. Life is short and brutal and hard. It's up to us to fill it with as many experiences as we can. Are we going to spend our lives cooped up in the colony, subjugating nature because it strikes fear into our animal brains? He smiles faintly. Or are we going to get out there and live the only life we've been given? He looks down at the corpse of the Hopeye and lays his hand gently against its head. We're all going to end up like this in the end. There's no use denying it and letting the fear of it control our actions. Never thought about it. Isn't it obvious, Dis asks, glaring up at you? It's not like I'm out there throwing myself off cliffs, but it's not something I let control me. He smiles genuinely. And because I don't fear death, I do so much more living. You should try it sometime. Dis lifts the Hopeye's body into his arms and rises to his feet. The smell of death will attract animals right into other traps, he says, and I'm not taking it back to the colony to be stuffed into a recycler. We have to take it into the woods and give it back to nature. You and Dis walk further into the forest in respectful silence, Dis cradling the dead Hopeye against his chest. Eventually he tells you to wait while he finds the tracks of a predator and lays it down nearby, an offering to the forest accepts without acknowledgement. He returns to you blood-stained and solemn. It's done, he says. You begin to walk back to the colony through its clear. Dis is taking his time. After a few minutes of walking, he turns to you and grabs your arm, forcing you to stop and look at him. Solana, he says, his eyes burning, promise me you won't let me end up like that Hopeye. As your questioning look, he squeezes your arm to the point that it almost hurts. If I'm trapped here, just let me go, okay? You're scaring me. Dis releases your hand and takes a step back. I'm sorry, he mumbles. Never mind. Forget I said anything. He stares at you for a few unnerving seconds, perfectly still before jerking into motion and fishing a pendant necklace from his clothes. He unclasps it from his neck and holds it out to you. Here, he says. You should have this. I want you to have it. You turn and let him put it around your neck. The pendant is large but surprisingly light. You recognize it as a fragment of a Unisaur horn. Its pearlescent color is shimmering in the light. It's beautiful. I didn't make it, Dis replies. The Unisaur did. I just put it on a cord. Thank you. Disregards you with a serious expression. You're the only person in this colony that I've ever really cared about, he says. I don't know why you bother trying to be my friend when I was trying to push everyone away. His mouth bends into a shy little smile. Thank you for sticking with it, he says softly. You don't know how much I appreciate having a friend here. He steps away and looks down at the ground, suddenly evasive. Listen, I don't know how much longer I have left here, he says softly. I just want you to know that I want to spend the time I do with you. Aww. Oh, an egg. Well, I'll save that for Nim's birthday. And I think we've given gifts to everyone. So... Oh, wait. I think we didn't give one to Cal because we just did his event. So... Yep. Here, have a bumper fruit. Yeah, let's go exploring. We'll survey the rest of the bridge and see what else we can find there. You know, after Sim died horrifically. Poor Sim. You know, seems kind of weird Sim would just die if he's been here for, like, a super long time. Well, who knows? Grab crystal. Nothing over there. Let's check out what this is. You come across the peaceful rock again and feel all your troubles melt away. Dis is sunning himself here as well, looking up at it. You haul yourself onto the flat surface. There's no harm in taking a break here too. You lie down on the rock beside Dis, letting the strange magic fill you with an incredible sense of peace, love, and unity with the universe. A precarious natural land bridge drops down sharply on both sides here. You kick a rock over the side, but don't hear it hit the bottom. Do you cross? Cross the bridge very carefully. You shuffle across it slowly, examining the cracks and sticking to the solid places. You accidentally send a few more pebbles skittering over the edge and think, better them than me. That continues to the end, so check to see if there's nothing over here, like that. Utopia sent you and Dis to study one of the large crystal outcroppings. Up close, you can tell these are more of the convergent domain solar panels. They're angular and hard to touch, but they have some sort of sponginess and warmth to them that's a little disconcerting. They emit a humming noise. What a fascinating combination of biology and engineering. Truly remarkable. You take readings and collect data for Utopia, being careful not to break any. Maybe someday the colony could figure out how to harness electricity from these. Pick up flower. The flies here are awful. They come in and out of the heat day in and buzz around you incessantly. They don't bite, but they seem to want something from you. Maybe the water or salt from your sweat. You hope they aren't laying eggs. Dis calls the most annoying ones road flies because they're like long, flexible sticks with a bunch of wings. Oh, rod flies. They swarm in clouds and around your face no matter how hard they try to shoo them away. He says they remind him of Mars. Harsh. But there are other ones here too, like one that's just a big eyeball with a couple of little wings. Ew. They make a loud buzzing sound and are always just out of reach when you try to swat them away. Today, your personal nemesis is one of these eye flies. There was just a whole bunch of them earlier, but only one has persisted. It's been following you, staring at you all morning. You and Dis have been batting at it for an hour, but it's a fast dodger. Dis has finally given up and just plots forward. It even lands on his head, but he doesn't care. Let's swat it. If I have the ability to, I'm going to swat a bug. Do. Oh, that's a lot of ones. 6, 4, 8. Yeah, I got enough. The eye fly is like the size of a human eyeball and made of concentric rings of rainbow hues: black, yellow, green, blue, and purple. You find yourself staring right back at it. You wonder if the rings have something to do with light refraction. You let it land on your arm, then you strike. Haha, got it, squashed. 10 minutes later, there's a new fly following you. Just give up, Dis mumbles. It's probably one of the gardener's spy creatures. Remember from the monitoring station? Oh, yeah? Well, you'd rather they picked a less annoying one. I'd rather they just don't pick bugs. Ugh. You've treated to a spectacular sight, a fully grown dilly pillar way off in the distance. It's thousands of legs, kilometers of shimmering bodies snaking in and out of the haze at the bottom of the chasm. You just watch. It's terrifying. It's like a train. It's so far away, but you record its movement and coordinates and take videos for Utopia. You're walking along a ridgeline when your foot knocks off some rocks down the slope. You anticipate the familiar clatter as they plunge down the chasm, but realize it's silent, just the wind. You peer down the slope. Nothing's falling? Wait, the rocks you lodged with your foot are just floating. You take a step forward and realize you feel lighter too, like you're taking off your mountaineering gear. You take another step forward. It's a struggle to keep your foot on the ground. With one more step forward, you realize it's possible to take both feet off the ground. You're floating. You nudge your foot and let the momentum float you forward a few feet. Feeling more untethered by gravity the farther forward you go. The ridgeline is narrow with steep drop on either side. There's no way around this strange anti-grav field. And if you fall out of it, you might plummet into the chasm. Onward! Oh, and I just thought of another favorite character that I kinda sorta forgot, because a lot of the other characters kinda steal the show. Utopia is pretty awesome. 4, 4, 3, 4, 6, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Minus 20 stress. You float outward, allowing yourself to rise higher and higher until you're able to swim and tumble through the air with ease. Woo! Woo! Wow, you're totally weightless. You flump over a shiny, lumpy rock jutting up from the spine of the ridge. As you pass over it, you feel gravity gently begin to embrace you again, pulling you back down. You feel your feet touch the ground on the other side, and your legs immediately give out. What a rush! You mark the location on your map for other surveyors. Grab that, and do the boss of the area. You and Dis are exploring the ruined wormhole observatory again. It feels so familiar. You've dreamed about this place many times, and it's like you're just remembering it all now. This time, the dream memories grip you. You wander as if you're sleeping down a familiar path. Sleepwalking down a familiar path. You look up and see the wormhole faint in the sky above. The time is right to observe it. Dis tries to keep up. Where are you going? He asks angrily. You don't answer. You're trying to concentrate on finding the place. You approach the large pyramid at the center of the complex. Beside Beside it is one of the smaller elevators, little monolith with a round iron door. This is the place. Your head throbs with it. Even standing outside, you know there's something down there. Find a way in. You look for one of those elevator monoliths near the pyramid and find it, but it's overgrown with snaking vines and brambles, with very large flowers all over. You could push through them, but Dis stops you and shows you the Geiger counter reading on its holopump. The flowers appear to be radioactive. Your suit won't protect you for long. Neutralize the radiation. Pass on by, no problem. Good thing you studied this plant earlier and know its vital ways. Tickle it just so, and the radioactive flowers close. It parts to let you through. You enter the elevator, thankfully still working, and descend beneath the ground. It opens to a kind of antechamber room with an exit at the other end, leading to the heart of the pyramid. Those are the glyphs carved into the crystal panels in the wall, symbols that resemble the wormhole. You start to cross the field. The further you go on, the more your head swims. You have to pause to think. You think you might faint. You shake your head, trying to clear it. Wait, maybe this is a bad idea. Keep going. The fog slowly clears from your eyes. Your head still hurts, but you can think again. Dis looks concerned, even going so far as to reach out to steady you. Are you okay? Try to explain it to Dis. It's hard to put into words. You just say, my head hurts. Obviously, he says, but no. It's more than that. You're seeing things. It's kind of like the array and kind of like a dream, but you feel like something super important is up ahead and you need to see it. Maybe we'd better leave, Dis says nervously. You don't look so good. Keep going. Past the antechamber is a long way sloping down. Things around you are starting to look kind of weird, like two slightly different realities overlapping. Dis's face is starting to phase in and out of existence. You're hit with a strong wave of dizziness and nausea. Things seem to move in slow motion, but also far too fast. You lean over and tough it out. You keep going. At the bottom of the hallway are more crystal panels along the walls, many facets broken. Or are they whole? The walls have crumbled and roots creep over everything, but also they don't. Every time you blink, the room seems to flip and swim between the two realities. All the same, you feel absolutely compelled to continue. What is with this place? Dis is both there and not there. The part of him which exists looks concerned. We need to leave. Now, he says. This place is hurting you. There's a round iron door at the end of the hall. Are you sure you want to go any further? One more room. You pass through the doorway into a large square chamber with a sloping ceiling. Your sense of this place, of the vibrations, is telling you this must be directly under the big pyramid on the surface. The floor and even the air here thrums with vibrating energy. Even I can feel it now too, Dis mutters behind you, rubbing his head. The room is empty except for a raised platform in the middle, which looks enticingly like a bed, which is convenient because you were definitely going to faint this time. You collapse onto the platform and are overcome by a spectacular migraine headache. It feels like your head is going to explode. Endure the pain. Alright. 4, 6, 7. Card becomes a 4. So in that case, we should drop a 4 on there, right? Set neighbors to this value. Drop that there. That there. And 4. And does that kill it? Yeah, that kills it. More toughness! You slip into some kind of waking dream, layers upon layers of visions. Dis is your lover, or Mars, or Tammy. You're a boy, a girl, or both, and neither. Young and old, a farmer, a hunter, a politician. You're dead and you're alive, and you've never been born. Time unravels before you, an infinite tapestry crumbling wherever you look. It's all very weird. And I think that's a +1 to pretty much everything. It's all very weird. You see the web of possibilities and understand what time truly is. It's all happening at once, and none of it will ever happen. It's only sheer chance that any one possibility comes into existence and not any intrinsic truth of the universe, of fate. It's just a glimpse, probably over in a second, but a glimpse of an entirety you can hardly fathom. Then you see the wormhole, enormous in a starry sky. You look down and see yourself on a plateau, gazing up at it. You recognize the place, a gnarlwood bluff not far from the colony, alive with the phosphorus of glow season. This is you seems expectant, as if waiting for something monumentous to arrive, something that will change everything. The vision is crystal clear and you feel in control in a way you haven't since you started having these visions. You know you must go there. Minus 25 stress, and ow, my head. You wake up feeling refreshed, your headache is gone. You're still a little dizzy, but the room has stopped spinning and has returned to one singular reality again. The vibrations have stilled. This face fills with vision. Solana, he exclaims. Solana, are you okay? Depends on definition of okay. He listens in awe and then in dejection as you describe your visions. Why didn't I see it, he says. I was here too. I want to know everything. You tell this about how not only did you see all those visions, but you believe they're real. You've lived them, or some of them anyway. They're as real as the life you're living now. He listens intently, then nods. I believe you, he says simply. You look at him in shock, but he just reaches out and puts his hand over yours. I know what it's like when people don't. I'm not going to do that to you. You don't know what any of this means yet, but you're one step closer to figuring it out. You feel like you've just had some kind of mega prophecy, but it was too much all at once and too hard to understand. Could the conversion domain handle this kind of information? Could they remember past lives like you? Is that what this room, this observatory was meant for? The only thing you remember clearly from the visions is the image of yourself during glow season, standing at the top of that gnarlwood bluff just outside the colony, waiting for something. Let's head home. More perception and engineering. Early to mid pollen. Nothing much to do now? Just build skills now, I guess. And occasionally go out exploring. Why don't we go up our empathy a little? And unfortunately, the only way to do that right now is... Oh wait, no, there's 10 to the animals, which is 2 empathy, but I think there's one more option. Hey, Nomi. Yeah. Help in the kitchen. I think it's the same amount either way. But one doesn't give us any more skill points at all in one, while one gives us multiple skill points in 2. Yeah, same amount of empathy either way, so I guess we'll go there. Well, I know that some events only trigger when certain people aren't there, so... Which usually means they have to die. Back in space, cooking involved programming ration machines and putting dishes in the laser-matic dishwasher, because water was too precious to clean dishes with. But now you're growing more real food and trying to figure out how to cook with it. The cafeteria kitchens are bright and full of good smells. There's always something baking or boiling or frying. You take a deep breath and just hold all of the deliciousness in your lungs. Chief Steward Anne, known to the kids as Antecedent, is in charge of everything in the living quarters, running the children's crush, coordinating the cleaning bots, and of course, cooking for the whole colony. It's a lot of work, but she's good at delegating all the kids she has raised here, including you. She's a big believer in learning by trying and doesn't mind if a few dinners are ruined in the process. It looks like you're on your own this morning, Aunt Anne says, welcoming the kitchen. Don't you worry though, we'll start you off with something easy. She shows you the kitchen nanoprinters. Just press this button and the ration machine will spit out a freshly pressed cake of soy rations. It's not tasty, but it's nutritious. Then she shows you the range. A large pot of brown stew is bubbling away. Here is where the real magic happens, she says proudly. She takes a ladle and spoons up some of the stew so you can have a taste. See, for the stew we add homegrown veggies and spices. This is what I love about cooking, she says proudly. Turning raw ingredients into something better just by adding a little bit of work and a lot of love. Just like raising children. How about you, Solana? Why do you want to work in the kitchen? This Solana is a lot of brain over brawn, or brawn over brain, so definitely I like eating real food. You're sick of eating ration bars and nano-printed food. You want to make sure the cafeteria has some flavor. You tell this to Auntie Anne and she laughs. I'm glad you think so. We could use some around here to spice things up a bit. Aunt Anne sends you with a few basic kitchen tasks and leaves you to it. If you need help, I'll just be around the corner, she says, or you can ask Congruence for advice. She has every recipe and method you could ever need, and she's an excellent teacher. You quickly have your hands full with the sheer volume of food it takes to feed 100 people. Workers from the canteen shuttle back to pick up trays and soy rations and pots of stew at regular intervals. Somehow, you keep up. You poke your head into the canteen at lunchtime to see what people think about the food. Seems they like it. Maybe you can cut out to be a chef. Get to work. Our goal is 37. 2... Oh, no. 3... Do we have a 4? That's a 5. That gives us a 6. So, 5 creativity and 2 empathy. Mid-pollen to late pollen. Again, nobody that we know of has a birthday here. Don't really care about Base, and I've already tried giving him a gift, which he just crushed because he's a jerk. I kind of want to mess with him, but I don't really want to talk to him either. Oh, I haven't given you anything. Here, have a flower. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. I guess the other thing we can do is we can go hit up engineering. Oh, why don't we apply at the robot? As you enter the robotics lab, watch out! Congruence shouts at you from the room's speakers just as another weird little robot of unknown purpose comes scuttling towards you across the room. It's zigzagging erratically and looks like it's trying to make for the door you just opened. Fix the robot. Oh, Solana, thank you, Congruence says, wheeling in on her portable radio screen. Radio screen? Yeah, what's a radio screen? It's radio that you listen to! Why does it have a screen? I don't know! I was running diagnostics on the little fellow when it broke away and made a run for it. I really need someone to be my hands here. She continues, everything used to be easier with Hal around. I miss him. Congruence doesn't need to clear her throat, but yep, we've read this before. Robot repair. So yeah, let's go do robot repair. We get engineering and creativity and friendship with Nominomi. You're honestly pumped for your first day at the robotics lab. There wasn't enough room on the Strato for a proper lab, so most of your life you've been warned that the bots the colony rely on, like the watering bots, the hover lifts, will eventually all break down for good. With a fully functioning robotics lab, you should be able to get those bots active for far longer. Plus, there's all sorts of unused bots in here. You look around and wonder at the wide array of chassis and shells. Maybe one day you'll even create your own robot of your own. You can't wait to show off what you can do. Congruence is so relieved to have an assistant. Since Hal died, well, Dr. Instance is too busy to help, she says, as you're setting up. Tangent sometimes lends a hand, literally, but she seems to be more interested in her own projects. The chief engineer seems to think they're a lost cause, that we should just recycle them, Congruence opines. Hal would have never thought they were trash. So what are you excited to work on, Solana? Like to fix things. Engineering and creativity. Oh, that's good, Congruence tells you. Without Hal here, the broken robots are really piling up. Congruence goes quiet, then adds, go ahead and look around. If you have any questions, let me know. You spend the day getting to know your way around the robotics lab, meeting all the bots you're going to be working with. These broken, forgotten bots just need a little TLC. Do. Let's move you there. Value is wild. So if we do that, and don't really have anything we can throw there, so might as well just get a long thing of hives going. So friendship with Nomi, creativity, and engineering. Really best. You were supposed to meet Nem for lunch, but she didn't show up. You head to the garrison to see if you can find her. You spot Nem's shock of red hair over by the close-range fighting ring. As you approach, she finishes a flurry of blows with a roundhouse kick that almost knocks the training dummy's head off. Kia! Nem roars, echoing off the vaulted ceiling of the garrison. Nem steps back from the ring and pulls up the bottom of her shirt to wipe her face, flashing you a glimpse of her muscular stomach and the blue-green scaling that dances over her ribcage and down her hips. Her skin shines with sweat under the harsh lights. You catch her eyes, and she shoots you a smile, as quick and bright as the sun glinting off a metal roof before it disappears behind her usual bleak expression. She jogs over to you. What are you doing here, Solana? She brings you up the time on her holopalm, and her eyes go wide. Oh shit, were we supposed to eat lunch together today? I'm sorry. You look incredible today. You gulp and give her a long, teasing gaze. Nem goes red and puts her hand over her mouth. Shh, don't say stuff like that, she hisses. I didn't know you were watching. You're gonna get me in trouble with Vase. Nem grabs her water bottle and drinks from it, then Okay, if someone complimenting you gets you in trouble with your partner, that's an issue. Nem grabs her water bottle and drinks from it, then pours the rest over her head and flicks the water through her shaved side. We can still go get some chow if you want, she says. Just give me a sec. Nem pulls an oversized sports ball sweater over her workout clothes, her thumbs popping through the holes worn into the cuffs. The lettering on the back reads Kombucha. For those of you who may have missed it, Kombucha was her brother who died. As you exit the garrison, you're stopped by a few of the other soldiers who all seem to want to give Nem a high five or tell her about their day. Even though she's clearly exhausted, she musters up a few heartening words for each of them. They all know I'm dating Vase, she says apologetically when she finally emerged into the sunlight. It's weird. All of a sudden, I'm like a hero to them, too. And I haven't even done anything yet. I train every day, though, probably like 6 or 8 hours, she says, rubbing her shoulders and stretching it out as she walks. It feels good to work hard, like it just wipes out all the bad thoughts, anything that's bothering me. She makes an exploding motion with one hand. It just goes away. Poof. I can't afford to lose my focus, Nem says solemnly. I can't let myself get distracted. If I do that and someone dies because of it, null it, man, she says, shaking her head. The thought of it keeps me up at night. Sometimes I just get up and run around the colony until I'm too tired to stand. No one else is gonna die on my watch. You understand, right, she says, turning to you. You work harder than anyone. How do you do it? What are you fighting for? There's not really an option here that, for the future of the colony. Nem nods in agreement. Me too, she says. When it comes down to it, that's all that matters. Because I definitely want this place with all my favorite people to survive. Oh yeah, right. Here's your birthday cake. You see my delinquent brother? Okay, he left. Here's a flower. Hope you find it useful. What's your friendship rating at? 81. You're walking through the colony when you see a blur of color and motion at the corner of your vision. Bang! Nomi collides with you in a catastrophe of flailing limbs and high-pitched squealing, sending you both sprawling to the ground. Oh my gosh, Nomi exclaims. They immediately get to their hands and knees and begin collecting the papers that exploded out of their hands when they fell. I'm so sorry. Sometimes my brain is off doing its own thing and I don't watch where I'm running. They exclaim, dusting off their clothes, their piece of toast and shoving it back in their mouth. Gotta eat breakfast, even when you're late. Wow, that's an anime cliche right there. Don't even worry about it. Nomi giggles and continue to collect their scattered papers, their face bright red. Okay, if you say so. Thanks, Lana. Maybe if I had an enhancement like everyone else, I would be able to watch where I'm going. Nomi gets to their feet and offers you a hand to and brushes the dust off you. I actually don't know what my genetic enhancement is, or even if I have one at all. My parents decided to lock my medical files from when I was a baby because they had this wild idea that they wanted me to grow up without feeling like I had to be, perfect. They think it's rude for parents to make choices for their kid. But by doing that, they made a choice for you. Uh, it's easy for you to say, Miss, I have cool superpowers, Nomi exclaims, putting her hand on her hip and sticking their tongue out at you. The rest of us have to get by on our own wits and charm. Nomi wiggles their eyebrows. Maybe I'm just like Galactic Cypher Prince Umiyama, and one day a talking Hopeye will come tell me I have to defeat Mecha Ultra Nether Beings. Nomi starts walking with you, talking animately with their hands. I know my parents just wanted me to know that I can be anything I want when I grow up, and I don't have to be super strong or super smart in order to be happy. They always told me nothing and nobody knows what's good for Nomi except Nomi, and I really think that's true. They stop and turn and look at you for a serious moment. Sometimes it does kind of feel like, well, Nomi squints up into the sky. Sometimes I wonder if I'm only good at something because I have some kind of secret advantage I don't know about. Or sometimes I think the opposite, like I'm not very good at something. I'll feel angry because maybe I could have been good at it. It was really bad on the Helios because everyone is really good at something. Usually, things like marching and shooting stuff, I thought maybe it would feel different here. We're people with all kinds of skills, but they sigh. No matter what I try, everyone is already way better at it, so I just feel like I just suck at everyone. Everything. Everyone sucks at first. It's the first step to being kind of good at something, Nomi says brightly. That's from a show I used to watch, and I guess I don't suck at everything. They strike a pose with an imaginary list. I'm really good at laser fable. Pew pew! Yeah, like, I get not wanting to make any decisions for your kid like that, and letting them choose their future, but part of the problem with that is, as they grow up, uh, especially if they're growing up with people surrounding them who have all these enhancements. Yeah, I can see that. That might be your eyes. But still, if everyone's growing up around you with enhancements and then you're just told, no, you don't get to know yours, that would be like so frustratingly annoying. Oh, wait. Oh, I missed her birthday. Their birthday again. Oh. Should I reload? No, because I haven't saved, so it would just put me back to the beginning of the week. So, spot Tang heading out to the engineering wing and follow, only to find she's disappeared. Then you look up, see an access ladder leading to a maintenance platform by the engine turbines, long, silent, and starting to rust. You climb up the platform, Tang's there, lying on her back and staring at the sky. A hatch beside her leads back into engineering. That must be how she knows about this place. She doesn't acknowledge you until you're almost standing over her, your shadow fighting the overcast light. She blinks with the sluggishness of someone who's only just remembered it's a necessity and licks her lips before she speaks. Do they need me in there? You shake your head and Tang doesn't sigh in relief exactly. Her eyes close. Again. Good, she murmurs. It's all too much right now. I don't know what I thought. I don't know what I'm doing here. You okay? Tang huffs a small laugh and folds her hand over her stomach. You know, I think I may be burned out or depressed. In Earth movies, depressed teenagers would sneak out onto rooftops, she says. I confess, I don't think I see the appeal. Maybe it would have been better if I had alcohol. Or cigarettes. She shakes her head. Blanking out your mind with a substance is what my mom used to do. Not me. Want to talk about it? Tang smiles, self-effacing, and doesn't look up at you. I don't think so, she says. Maybe. Will you sit with me? You lie down beside Tang and watch the gentle revolution of the sky for a few minutes. You can feel the caginess seep out of Tang as you lie there in the silence until she finally speaks. Do you ever think about humanity? She asks slowly. Humans are such glorious, beautifully Utterly self-destructive things, she continues. They only ever create by destroying, and in turn they hasten their own demise. Tang finally looks at you, her hollow-eyed lighting up her cheekbones. She looks gone. It was the belief in human supremacy and unchecked innovation that doomed humankind on Earth, she says. Does it seem we're going down the same path here on Vertumna? I believe we can do better. Tang takes a deep breath and lets it all out. I think so too. I just don't know. How? I don't know if any of us do. We're only human. Sometimes I wonder, she continues, then pauses. Sometimes I wonder why we even sent humans to explore space. Given our track record, you would think perhaps an artificial intelligence would have been wiser. No ego to get in the way, no questions about ethics or morality. After all we learned on Earth history, when human colonists traveled from Europe to the Americas, they nearly killed everyone who already lived there because they spread disease. Tang looks up at her hands. I just can't help but wonder if we're doing the right thing. The hatch into the library clangs open and Tang jumps. There you are, Instance says, just her head and shoulders visible through the hatch. Have you finished recalibrating that strand sequence yet? Tang scrambles to her feet and brushes off the seat of her pants. No, not yet, she says. I was waiting for the results from BH4316 and Instance clicks her tongue against her teeth and raises a hand to interrupt Tang. They're ready, she says. I had that sequencer ready for the G4100 cent. Her eyes flick to you. If you're done, she adds icily. Nice. Yes, ma'am, Tang says, cowed, and slides into the hatch after Instance. As her head disappears from the roofline, you catch a fleeting hint of an expression on her face you can't name. Oh. That's we're at 81. Let's go get a hug from Dog Boy. Hey! Got you a present. Here's a log. You spot Rex carrying supplies and big pieces of wood into the construction site at the end of the lounge, the future home of his bar. He waves at you. Well, as much as you can wave as he can do with his arm full of mushwood. Hey, La Solana, he calls out to you. Things are going great in here, thanks to you. It'll be done in no time. You take a look at what you can see. Rex has kept it all pretty well tarped up and hates letting people inside to peek, but you can tell it's big. Perhaps a little too big. Ambitious, maybe, for a first solo construction project. But Rex has had a lot of help from his crew and from the whole colony. He'd have to be able to find enough wood. I'd love to see it. Rex shifts from foot to foot. Well, he sighs, biting his lip. But you get the sense that he's dying to share it with someone. Okay, he says, but just for you. You follow him into the tent. It's chaos inside, littered with pieces of mushwood of varying lengths and covered in fine sawdust. Light coming through some gaps in the tent pick up all the little sparkling motes of dust in the air, making it seem almost magical. Rex spreads his arms. Well, this is it, he says. Well, so far we have a bar and a dance floor. That's all you really need. He swipes open his holopalm and starts playing some music, then shimmies over to the only clear spot in the mess. That must be the dance floor, you figure, because he starts wiggling and bopping along with the music, gesturing for you to dance with him. Yeah, let's dance. Rex cheers as you join him on the dance floor. He grabs your hand and spins you around, and you laugh and dance to the music coming from his holopalm. Moving your body just for the sheer joy of it feels amazing. You can see the future of this place, a place where people come not because they're stressed and need to relax, but where they can really cut loose and enjoy themselves. Rex has the right idea. Rex comes over and slings you into a one-armed hug. Just seeing you makes me super energized, he says. I can almost hear the music now. That's right, the bar's gonna have live music. You know, anyone who plays an instrument? I'm gonna work double time to finish this place. If you want to help, bring me all the mushwood you can find. Aw, thanks, Rex. Hi, jerk. So we need to give this some stuff. Here, yeah, you're in the middle of a rant. Take a plant. I really love how a lot of games with relationship systems just kind of boil down to run up to a person, interrupt them while they're talking, hand them plant. Or piece of metal. or whatever you have at hand. We'll help in the kitchens. Rat and Vase are agitating for more food to be served to the soldiers, citing that they're more physically active and therefore have a... And Anne tells them to get in line behind the children and teenagers. Yeah, like... What's the problem with Earth? There's a bunch of, evil bastards trying to kill everyone. And, like, militaries are taking over. Okay, what do we want to do here? Let the military take over! Really? This year's Rotumnali is ushered in with a big military band, horns and drums, supplemented by a recording of a parade music from Earth. Governor Lum strides out of command on a grand red carpet and ascends the stage to raucous applause. Thank you, everyone, he calls out over the din. Look at you, look at this colony, finally truly united. All it took was a common enemy, he declares. I look at you beautiful people, you strong people, you good human people, and I see a fire in your heart. I see courage in your hearts. I see a colony that's ready to win. I see a colony that's here to stay. Vertumna, do you hear me? He raises his arms and roars. Do you hear me, Vertumna? We humans aren't going to hide anymore. Lum gestures for Security Chief Rat to join him on stage, then continues. The original fugitive colonists got it wrong. In Roman mythology, Vertumnus was the god of cultivation, not of rampant chaotic growth. He clenches his hand into a fist. We need to clear the field before we can plow it. Vertumna won't be safe for human life until the aliens are eradicated. Wow, genocide! Great speech. Rat crosses his arms and nods in agreement. Maybe there's more to this plan that Lum is letting on. Lum descends from the stage and does a receiving line of handshakes and fist bumps. In the vacuum left by his presence, Chief Administrator Seek takes the podium and clears their throat. Ahem. I want to announce that this will be the last year the festival contest will be held. Bye! What? A sound of protest rises from the crowd, and near the front, Lum just shrugs theatrically and mouths, not my fault. You're the governor! You're basically an autocrat! What do you mean it's not your fault? Seek looks down at him pointedly, then continues. This war will use our colony resources at a tremendous rate, including the most valuable, time. Lum takes the stage again and soothes the crowd. I do have some good news, he declares. Starting today, the colony is to be granting requests from people who want to have children. A happy murmur burbles through the crowd. Yes, that's right. It's time to start the next generation of Vertumnans and secure a future for our children. Lum pumps his fist in the air. Humans, humans, humans. Anyway, about this war on nature, I think it's stupid, Cal says immediately. I know survival is important, but we don't have to kill things to survive here. I mean, when they're trying to kill you, yeah, you kinda do. But you also need, like, the opposite end of that argument. So, yeah, I kind of agree with Cal. Also, to be fair, we know why the animals are attacking. We just have to figure out how to stop it. Mars rolls her eyes. Duh, of course you'd think that, she mutters. Personally, I think Lum is a total nullhead. He's not that much older than me. What is he, like 24? And everyone listens to him? She flips her hair over her shoulder. They should listen to me instead. Finally, you're all called to participate in the games. The last ones, maybe forever. If this war on nature never ends, you'll probably be an adult as your friends all separate into their usual games. You realize that this may be the last chance that you get to just be kids. What do we choose? Well, we're not doing the Xeno wrangling. So, Begoff? Yeah, let's just cook with Hal. Do. Plus one for each gem card. Okay, what have we got? 4 or 5. Do we have a 6? I do not think so. Do. I'll have to do. Lose 3 kudos, but we gain organizing. And get another 8. Cal's pie comes out technically perfect, golden brown and flaky with a tart bobber fruit jelly, but the taste is kind of bland. It's just so-so. The judges remark that it could have used salt. Your pie, on the other hand, comes out looking and tasting great. You clearly have what it bakes. Oh. After the festivities, everyone is supposed to take a few days vacation. You and your friends relax, but the adults move around the colony like ants in a hive, fortifying the walls and preparing for the human offensive against the planet. Yet you really have to think, oh, are we declaring war on a planet? And think, oh, I guess we can give them, can we give them gifts on both their birthday and? No. Maybe if we give them the gift before their birthday, we can give it to them again on their birthday, maybe? Is that what's going on there? Maybe. Should we experiment with this? Cal's already at, like, 88 friendship. So let's try it with Cal. So let's give him a bobber fruit. And then go through his event. It's hot and humid inside the geoponics bay, making your clothes stick to your skin as you look around for Cal. Eventually you see him, his back turned to you as he lifts a bag of fertilizer into a wheelbarrow. You call out to him as you approach, and he turns to you with a beaming smile. Solana, he greets you. I was hoping I could see you today. As you open your mouth to respond, you hear a quick crack and hiss from nearby. Oh, Dudette, watch out, Cal says, stepping between you. And what you realize too late is a humidity sprinkler. Cal laughs as he's blasted by a cloud of mist. For one perfect moment, he looks as if he's been outlined with 1,000 rainbows. Ah, dip, Cal whines, smiling as he shakes out his hair and flips it back over his shoulder. I should let you take that one, but your clothes would have gotten wet. He stands up straighter as your gaze passes over his body. He's really grown into himself, is the thing. Before your eyes, a droplet of water bravely wipes its way down from the rise of his chest and down the rippling muscles of his abdomen, to where it disappears into the shirt tied around his waist. Cal tilts his head, his smile turning a little teasing. He flicks his bicep at you. Got you looking. Cal laughs jokingly, covers his eyes, so you take off your shirt. You twirl it around with your fingers and launch it at his face. Ugh, Cal whines, throwing your shirt back at you. Regular people are so sweaty. How can you stand being wet all the time? Cal pushes up his hands on his hips and fixes you with a cocky grin. I'm always the right temperature thanks to my enhancement. I don't even need to sweat. You should try it sometime, bruh. Get on my level. You spend an enjoyable afternoon helping Cal deliver bags of fertilizer to every corner of the hydroponics bay. When the job's done, he claps you on the back. Oof, he's as strong as he looks. Cal chatters at you about his plans for the rest of the week, and you leave the hydroponics lab. The cooler, drier air of Vertumna hits you like a slap. But of course, Cal doesn't look bothered at all. Race to the cafeteria, he teases you, before taking off down the path. You yell and run after him, causing a ruckus that makes a few adults shake their heads fondly at you as you tear through the colony side by side. Well, after that, tantalizing little, episode, we should go do something else. Why don't we go back to cooking, see if we can up our empathy to the next checkpoint. Aunt Anne comes bursting into the kitchen carrying a large crate. Special delivery, Solana! She sets the crate down on the prep table and sticks her hand inside. It's time to do my very favorite thing in the kitchen, figure out new ways to cook fresh food. You grew up eating soy rations, tasteless but nutritious. The hydroponics aboard the spaceship never made enough to feed everyone, so fresh food was a luxury. Anne's always excited to try her hand at real cooking. With a flourish, she pulls out from the box an alien plant you've never seen before. It's a pale blue-green oblong and about the size of her forearm. It hits the cutting board with a disturbingly meat-like slap and immediately starts oozing slime onto the surface. Your father finally cleared this friendly little fruit for human consumption, Aunt Anne says. It doesn't even have a name yet. You could come up with something fitting while you figure out how to use it. You look dubiously at the weird fruit. As you watch, it glorps out a fresh wave of slime. Aunt Anne catches your disgusted expression last. The business of eating can really turn your stomach sometimes. Imagine, back on Earth, everyone used to eat meat from living things. This is a blessing, Solana. Who knows what we can do with this little plant? Should we eat it? Well, we have are those edible already. Let's try it. You bisect the weird fruit. The goop seems to come from the ducts under its thick skin, not the creamy yellow flesh inside. You pop a piece into your mouth. It's kind of sweet, like aloe, crunchy and gooey at the same time. Not really sure how to describe that. My feelings on that. Card gets a +3. Why don't we do... There we go. Oh, yeah, that damages that. So, do... Good enough. Mid to late dust. So, now let's go test our theory with Cal. Oh, yep. Okay, so I'm not sure if that's a glitch, a bug, or if it's an intentional feature. But apparently, if you give them a gift before their birthday, you can give them another gift on their birthday. Which, as far as I'm aware, the only other way to give multiple gifts is by reaching 100 creativity. So, yeah, I think I figured out. So that should speed up some gift giving. For future runs, possibly. Is there anywhere we want to explore? Actually, why don't we go survey the plains? Since we know Nomi hangs out there. Oh, hey, Utopia. You report to expeditions to find not just Utopia, but Security Chief Rhett and Vase as well. I can't spare any more of my people, Utopia's explaining to them. You've already pulled almost all of the foragers, and we're already running skint crews in the ridge as well. There's one person you can spare, Rhett replies, turning to face you. Hello, Solana. How do you like to transfer onto one of my new hunting parties? Utopia tells me you're one of her best explorers. We could use someone like you. He indicates Vase. I need someone who can keep up with this one. Vase puffs his chest out proudly. I would never kill him. Face Goss, even if it was trying to kill you, I knew you Startuck kids were soft, but I didn't know you were suicidal too. Not everyone's cut out for life or death situations, Rhett says. And you know, Solana, it's not all killing, he continues. Sometimes it's about tracking and identifying dangerous creatures before they reach our walls. You wouldn't necessarily have to kill them. Oh, that's a great critter. He holds up his hand, but you don't have to decide just yet. Talk to Utopia later if you change your mind. Nope! Hi, Bush Bob. What's over here? Don't really care. Let's just grab collectibles. And do the story ones. Since we've pretty much cleared this area out multiple times now. You're dead! You're taking a sample at the base of a tree when you feel something patter off your head and fall to the ground. It's a nut? That's strange. This species doesn't usually... You look up and your stomach lurches when you realize you've been watched this whole time. A pair of familiar eyes peers down at you from the branches. It's Sim. He grins down at you. Well, if it isn't the little human, have you come to visit me, Sugarbug? It's an alien ghost! Ah! You fall backwards into the dirt and Sim just laughs like a bird from his perch until you calm down. If you did witness my death, I apologize, Sim continues. He leans down from his branch, his long hair dangling just out of reach. I imagine I didn't enjoy it much either. I guess I'm happy you're alive? Sim sighs gratuitously. I wish everyone felt that way, he mutters. One of my associates seems to feel otherwise. At your confused look, he waves his hand. One of the other gardeners. Nuticulent. They don't really care for you humans, I'm afraid, and they're aware I've taken an interest in you. With a soft woomph, Sim gracefully drops gracefully out of the tree and dusts himself off. He claps you on the shoulder. I'd watch out for them if I were you. They're quite dangerous. Sim turns to leave, but you splutter and grab his wrist. You can't. After all that, you deserve some answers. Real ones. He owes you that. He turns to you, one eyebrow. Are you really Sim? The one and the same, Sim answers, carefully prying your hand from his clothing. I acknowledge that this is difficult for you to understand. He takes a deep breath, considering his words carefully. Humans have but one short window of consciousness, which encourages you to think of yourselves as individual points on the line of history. You are, quite clearly, not your parents, or your grandparents, or your unborn children. You are your own marvelous creature. He places a hand on his chest. I do not disappear when this form dies. I am eternal, in a sense. I am all who came before, and I am all who will come after. I am my own legacy. I am symbiosis. What do you really do here? Sim gives you a blank smile. I am a gardener, he says simply. I was created to be a gardener, and imagine I will be one until my services are no longer required. At your look in confusion, Sim softens. Humanity is so concerned with purpose, he says sadly. It is because you were not created for one, and you spend the entirety of your short lives under the impression you need one. The concept of someone having a purpose must be seductive. He shrugs one elegant shoulder. My existence is simple. I act in the ways for which I was created. That is not an interesting answer for an individualistic species such as yourselves. I am aware, perhaps, we must both accept that it may be beyond the human capacity to comprehend. He tilts his head to the side as if listening to something and squeezes your hand. I fear I have said too much. I hope I can see you again soon, and that all may be revealed to you. Ah, the pleasures and contradictions of immortality. Humans really never understand that kind of thing. It's always fun to see them deal with it. Well, right up until they're trying to burn you on a stake. Then it gets a little less fun. Actually, no, it gets a lot less fun. And Bernie. Very Bernie. Grab that. Pass by that. The fun thing about 100 perception is you can just go and get all the collectibles without bothering with stuff. Which, once you've reached high enough in all of your skills, is kind of pointless. Doing stuff. Unless it's important, like this. You meet up with this and Nomi. Utopia assigned the two of them to study a specific plant. Blopgrass. The sticky, gelatinous fawns are almost totally transparent, especially dangerous when they form rafts over water, like this particular patch. Dis and Nomi are perched on top of rocks by the shoreline, bonding over their love of exploring. They're an odd match. Dis is shy and withdrawn, and Nomi is very not. As you approach, you hear Dis giggling over Nomi's impression of Chief Administrator Seek. Nomi's eyes go wide when they see you, and they lose their footing on the slippery rocks. Hey, what? They exclaim, falling into knee-deep, gloopy puddle of blobgrass. The stuff is so sticky, it floats like rafts of goo on the shallow water, trapping animals underneath it. Nomi's too big to be in danger, but they're still stuck. Try to help. Nomi inevitably pulls you in, and you get all goopy too. It's a big, sticky mess. Ooh. You're naturally a little embarrassed by this clumsy rescue attempt, but Nomi is not. Come on in, Dis, they laugh. The water's fine. Dis declines their generous invitation, grimacing as Nomi flecks him with goopy water as you both flounder to shore. Nomi just laughs and brushes themselves off. None of that helps. They're totally soaked. I don't get it, Dis mutters. How do you do that? Just be weird and mess things up, but not feel like you want to crawl in a hole and die from embarrassment. Now, Nomi blushes. I guess I don't always know when I should be embarrassed, they reply. I mean, I already know I'm stupid and uncoordinated and bad at, basically everything. Oh. That's what being different in a place that's very not different will do to you. They shrug. I don't know. I guess it doesn't bother me if other people think that too. Like, they can't make fun of me for something that's just true, right? Dis stares at Nomi for a few seconds. I never thought about it like that, he says slowly. Takes a cloth out of his backpack. Here, he says, offering it to Nomi. For your face. You're all goopy. Nomi giggles and they share a moment of intense eye contact as Dis gently blops water. Interrupt them. Ah. You feel a bit jealous and left out. You butt in between them, offering Nomi. Oh, thanks, Salami, Nomi chirps. Having 2 towels is better than 1. I guess, just like having Frisk. Dis steps back, clearly annoyed. I'll give him a gift and he'll cheer up. Or does it count over 100, or does it? Nope, it does not. You've been trekking. Oh, yeah, we've been here before. Enjoy that sunset or focus on Dis? Dis doesn't want to talk, but that's okay. It's almost better to just sit with him in comfortable silence. He appreciates that you're not like the other kids who just want to chatter all the time. It makes him anxious. And there we go, recover the friendship. That takes us to Early Wet. Well, now that we know the game-breaking trick, here's this for Nomi. Hey, Dis, I know you're already at 100, but here's a plant. Where you normally find Rex and Nomi playing together, you find only Rex. You ask him where Nomi is, and he shrugs. Sorry, I don't know. They mentioned they were kinda under the weather. They're probably leveling their Legends of Avamar character. You try messaging them on their holopan? You think Rex and go back to your room. You get comfortable in your bed and load up Nomi's private Legends of Avamar server. Back on Earth, there would have been thousands of people playing this game, but now it's just a brave few nerds. Just as Rex said, Nomi's logged in on one of their characters, and they send you a message. Hey, sorry if you were looking for me. I feel super crummy, so I'm gonna spend some time in Avamar. I'm leveling an alt right now. If you pick a new character, I can help you with the first group quests. What kind of character do you want to play? Let's go with Warrior. You log into the game with your new character. After spending a few minutes having a minor existential crisis over their name, yup, you eventually give up and name them after yourself. Nomi is waiting for you with their new character, Meandrus, an elven archer with long red hair. They jump a few times and your character is so cute, hee. Let's play. Okay, let's go. Oh, the character really is adorable. You do your first quest with Nomi. Their character is a lot more powerful than yours, so there's a lot of time to chat. Nomi keeps up a running banter about your adventures, typing as if they're speaking for their character. Fear my bow, meddlesome creatures, the forest will miss not your presence. It's hard not to notice how much more serious and well-spoken Nomi seems when they're writing in character instead of speaking. You didn't know you had it in them. Do you play along? Forsooth, I do! You type back, taste mine, blade of vengeance, villain. Nomi sends you a string of hearts. You play a bit until you have to stop to sell your loot at the vendor, marveling at the accessories you'll be able to buy when you have some more gold. Nomi opens a trade window with you and plunks a necklace into it. It's one of the expensive ones, and a huge increase in stats. Galactic! Thought it would look good on you. Because I don't want to do that and be like, I'll accept it. You said the nice stats. You know me battle your way through a Knoll encampment and stand face to face with the big bad, Graz Magepelt. Nomi readies their bow. Gotta stop doing that. Heroes, we are called to battle. All cards under 3 become 3. Let's save that for later. So 4. We have another 4? We have another 4. Let's go 7. Oh. 7. 7. 5, 5, 5. There we go. Stand victorious over Graz Magepelt. When you click open the loot window, you have this. Our bond is greater than first. Kiss emoji, then a string of question. Wait, what? Hey, oh my god, you get it, Lamau. You wait for a few minutes, then Nomi composes their message. Finally, they send you love. For that, I would fire her. You log off in the game chat window with them. What do you say? That was really fun. Oh my god, yeah, thank you. I had so much. Maybe I'll use it for information for my manga. Haha, I sure don't like anyone like that. OMG. Sometimes it feels like everyone's just a big old ball of hormones here. Like, all of a sudden, someone cares about who's doing smutty stuff, and I'm just sitting here like, yuck. Think you might be interested. Okay. Sometimes it's like, okay, I might be interested in it someday, but, I think I'd really have to like someone first, you know? Like Rex? Solana! Ah, it's complicated! I really like Rex, but he's so... I mean, he's so Rex! I don't think I could, keep up. If you know what I mean. But anyways, thank you for playing with me. Sometimes it's easier to talk about the stuff when I get to pretend to be someone else, you know? Yeah, definitely. He's so Raven. Oh god, that show was so weird. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey, we have a new thing for Nem. Something's off with Nem today. You can tell just from watching her train that she's moving more slowly and seems distracted. Every so often, she breaks from form to stare at Vase, who's working with a group of trainees on the other side of the garrison. Her unit leader singles her out and chastises her, gesturing for her to take a break and get her head on straight. Nem scowls and slinks over to the rest area, where you hand her a water bottle. Hey you, she says, shooting you a little flicker of smile as she takes a drink. What's up? Vase isn't talking to me, Nem replies, sighing heavily as she recaps her water bottle. It's been 2 days and he just acts like I'm not even there. I've tried to talk to him and he just says he needs time to think. We got into it about how much time you and I spend together. He thinks you like me, and I told him it's not like that. We're just friends, but Nem exhales noisily and scrubs her heel her palms into her eyes. Maybe the problem is just that he doesn't know you that well. He just doesn't trust you around me, that's all. You shouldn't. You tell Nem that you like her as more than a friend. You have a feeling you want to share. Nem goes completely still as color drains from her cheeks. Her eyes dart over to Vase at the other side of the room. Please don't say stuff like that, Solana, she mutters. You're only gonna make... You deserve better. I can't talk about this here, Nem says, taking a few steps. Please don't do this to me. I'm with Vase, Solana. That's just the way it is. If you're really my friend, Rise. I know he's kind of rough around. He's a good guy. I promise. I think we messed that up. Should we reload and try again, or just continue on? Let's just continue on. Maybe I should have gone with the scumbag thing. Oh well. I was trying to be nice. Oh well. Oh hey Rex, what's up? But Rex finds you first. Tackle hug! You turn around. Rex is barreling towards you, arms outstretched. You have about two... Give him a big ol' friendly bear hug. You stand your ground and throw your hands wide. Rex almost knocks you off your feet, the force of his hug, but his strong arms don't let you fall. He smells so good, like sweat, dust, and sunshine. I'm always happy to see you, Solana, Rex says, squeezing you tight. You think you're starting to understand the strange Helio boy and his love of hugs. So, Rex says, crossing his arms. We're looking for you. What you need? Just wanted to say hi. Oh, Rex, you look... Well, hey yourself. I gotta get back to work. If you want, you can come see how they're working. Rex takes you on a tour of the construction site. He's great company, and basking in his excitement is a pleasant way to spend the afternoon. When you wave goodbye to him, you get back to work, you feel a little bit lighter. Oh, yeah, right, we have to give gifts out. Here we go, Rex boy. Well, get a hug. And give him a gift. Have a log. And you get a flower. Here we go. Next run through I'll work harder on the relationships. Definitely think I'll work harder on everyone, though. What else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, since we know the game-breaking glitch, here I have something for you. Take medicinal plant. Game-breaking glitch. Okay, now what? we should conserve our energies, since I think we're gonna go try out exploring at Glow. We should go give Cal something. Grab that. There you go. Yeah, seems like it. Because, like, you can't give stuff to... Like, I've given stuff to Mars, and tomorrow I won't be able to get her anything. So it just seems to work for people who are later in the month, which is semi-useful, since some of the harder people to raise have their birthdays later in the month. Mostly Nem. I say harder to raise. They're all pretty easy to raise scores with. You just have to do things that they like. But that can mean splitting up your time a lot if you're trying to get multiple people. Anyway, why don't we go... what should we do? That's because you have to split your stuff with Nomi a lot. From what I can tell, her stuff's split between... if you pick the photophonar, you can get stuff with Nomi in there. Some of the work in engineering, and then it's also split into stuff in exploring. So she's really, like, god damn it. They're really spread out there. Gotta stop doing that. Well, for now, why don't we up our stuff? Doop, 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 doop. Yeah, the phonophoner, especially if you choose it for your... I'm not sure if you get it normally or if you have to get it for your birthday. But if you choose it on your birthday, it gives you a whole new activity to do. So mid-wet. Let's go... And you know, I'm thinking about it, it might not actually be a glitch, the double gift thing. Because you can't do it if you don't know their birthday. You can only do it if you know their birthday. So it might be a catch so that if you accidentally give somebody something in a month, you can still give them stuff on their birthday. Let's wait till her birthday before going there in case something triggers. So yeah, just continue upping empathy, see if that helps. You started today. As you know, the colony was founded a vegetarian. Well, it was... You know... the meat thing. Humans never eating animals for a lot longer than we've been farming them. We used to hunt animals for food. Yep. Well, sometimes they bring back an animal they found out there, and it's time we start serving them in the canteen. Anne holds up her hands. I know you're right. You might find this. I want you to remember that this is no different from what would happen to them in the wild. Most animals are eaten by... Meat is healthy and good for us, she adds, and we need to take advantage of every possible food source. That means, of course, we're not going to waste any part of the animal. Even the bones can be boiled to make stock. Anne sets her hand on your shoulder. Ask congruence for a tutorial on butchering and preparing an animal and follow instructions. It needs to be cooked to a certain temperature to make sure it's safe to eat. I've already started the stew to save you some time, she says. While it's simmering, you can start on learning what you'll need to know for tomorrow. With that, she kisses you on the forehead and bustles out of the room. Like always, Anna's left you in a minute. Why don't we negotiate? You hello Anne in the crash. You tell her you're not serving the stew unless there's a vegetarian option. It's not right to force people in the colony to eat meat if they're not uncomfortable with the idea. She smiles broadly. Of course, Sunshine, that's a wonderful idea. Why don't you get started on that other stew right now and make sure both pots are well labeled so everyone can make their own choice. Made a lot more work for yourself, but you're sure it was the right thing to do. Oh, looks like we're going heavy on... Wait, what? New perk? New cards in the shop. Here, have a flower. Uh, 87 out of 90, so a bit more. Here, have medicinal plant on your birthday. Or actually, let's give you a strange device. And with that, just in case, I think we're gonna go for a rest, because I think we're gonna explore during glow. We're gonna keep both of those. And the glow. Oh yeah, right. I always forget you can give people stuff in glow. Oh wait, no, he doesn't like that. He likes this. Get a man suit? Nem's head whips towards you, shocked. What? How can you say this, Lana? I know how he gets sometimes, but he's still my boyfriend. The way he treats you isn't healthy. Nem's eyebrows furrow. What do you mean? Do you like it when he accuses you? Nem frowns. No, obviously. What does that have to do with anything? The problem isn't you, it's him. You tell her she shouldn't have to constantly prove herself to Vase. Oh yeah. I probably should have said this way before, but yeah, spoiler on the toxic relationship there. Spoiler and heads up on that. I never thought of it that way, Nem replies. It's like, we have this argument all the time. He gets mad because he thinks I was talking to someone for too long, or because I said something that set him off, and when you talk to him about it, well, he gets really upset that I'm upset with him, and then I have to apologize and reassure him I love him, and it's always this whole thing. She sighs, I'm just so tired of it, you know? I don't know what else to do. I don't know if there's anything else I can do. You deserve better. Nem wipes her eyes. I don't know what to think, she says. I'll talk to him about it and see what he says. He deserves a chance to explain himself, but I don't know if he'll be able to. She gives you a quick hug. Thank you for talking to me about this, Alana. You're my best friend on the whole planet. To be fair, even if I wasn't gunning for a romance there, that's still the right thing to do. Here you go. I have a plant. Don't really need to up your relationship anymore, but it's probably not a bad idea. Alright. Off into the glow we go. No one is allowed outside the colony during glow, so if you stay out of the lookout sites, there will be nobody to catch you. It also means that you're alone out there. If you get into trouble, it's going to be big trouble. I hope you know what you're doing. The familiar is unfamiliar during glow. The sky is dark except for the eerie glow of the wormhole, seeming so much closer than it usually is. And the gloom makes the shadows deeper and more mysterious. It's so hauntingly quiet that you can even hear the movement of animals, the beat of soft wings, a whoomp of something large in the distance. It's that curious sound. It's just a Dorzon taking flight. Its usually dull plumage is an iridescent rainbow, glowing warmly in the dark of glow. It slowly glides through the mushroom trees. You've been taught to be terrified of glow season since you landed here, that there were monsters out here, circling the colony and attacking anything they saw, but it's so much more serene than you were expecting. Maybe they were wrong, or lying to you? You're amazed at how peaceful it is out here. It's not what you expected. You stay out of sight of the watchtowers and slip between the mush trees. It's eerily silent. as if the floor is holding its breath in anticipation. It really is pretty out here, with all the plants and animals glowing, especially the wormhole filling the sky above you. Gaze up at the wormhole, admire the flora in detail. Watch where you're walking. The mush trees make their own light, a chemical reaction almost as bright as your holopalm. All sorts of small flying insects are drawn to them. Fascinating pollination. Other plants spread glowing seeds which float up and dance above you as if they're live. Maybe they are. The gnarlwood trees have these glowing bumps on them. Are those insects inside? You see something pulsing in there, like a goopy caterpillar becoming a butterfly. How strange. Though you can't see it, you've been told the wormhole high above is shining with ultraviolet light. It's invisible to the human eye, but absorbed and re-emitted as visible light by the flora and fauna around you. Your holopalm calls it a black light, and says that people on Earth used to use similar, much more concentrated light as decoration. Even your clothing glows faintly. Oh, a constant black light. That would show some really weird things. You're crossing a section of the wilderness here where the plants don't throw off as much luminescence as the other parts. It's oppressively dark here. Use your holopalm as a flashlight, focusing the light as a beam to slowly make your way through the glowing undergrowth. The beam of your holopalm sweeps over a familiar form. A manticore! Your heart skips a beat at the encountering this fearsome beast in the dark. This manticore isn't the deadly killer of the colony's cautionary tales. Actually, it looks terrified. It backs up against a tree, cowering, its eyes rolling in panic. Go back and leave it alone. I don't really want to terrify the poor creature. What's this do? You come across a strange glowing river in the sky, floating just over the mushroom-capped treetops. It reminds you of old Earth vids about the Milky Way or the Northern Lights. It undulates away from to the left of the right, a river of luminous mist. Beneath it, a curtain of tiny glowing particles slowly rains down into the forest below. Follow it. It seems to be denser to the left and flowing steadily to the right, so you decide to head left toward what must be the source. You stray from the path. The ground is hard to traverse in the dim phosphorescence. The river gets denser and starts to shimmer a little, like the spore clouds you see sometimes in pollen. You're careful not to get too close to the particles raining down from around. The mist seems to be coming from something near the ground, somewhere up ahead. It's something big and moving. The strange river of light is flowing from something on the next plateau. It's heading east and trailing this glowing dust, some kind of spore, maybe behind it. You could go down the ravine and try to keep following it, or safely cross under the eerie stream and continue where you keep going. Oh. After a harrowing trip through the muddy ravine, you make it up only to find the Sky River is dissipating. You can't find any sign of what made it. Ah, well. Okay. You come to a dense part of the path where the gnarlwood surrounds you and blocks out the sky and the wormhole above. Long threads that look like hair hanging down from the trees. Strange, you've never seen this during the rest of the year. You'll have to go through these. Take a closer look. The strands aren't sticky. The strands are spider's web, so sticky and thick in fact, you would get caught if you tried to push through it. Well, let's just go around since we can. No sense in destroying or damaging anything just because we can. Though that isn't a very human approach to things. This area is dotted with huge circles of glowing mushrooms, each one nearly a meter in diameter. The bare grass in the center of the circle looks remarkably lush. Take a closer look. You crouch down to analyze the mushrooms. It's a species you don't recognize, but your holopalm reports that they live most of the year underground and only pop up during glow season. This close, you notice that the entire area inside the circle is sunken and the glass has been flattened, almost like a footprint. But what would be big enough to make this? You decide not to wait around and find out. Oh, another manticore. You come across a sawmill that's been shut down for the season. There's movement inside, and something in there is yipping and moaning in pain. You approach it carefully and find that some sort of dog-like creature has gotten trapped in the machinery. It growls at you and blinks its eyes. Then its other eyes Then its other eyes. Boy, it has a lot of eyes. The loggers won't be back for a week, so this creature will surely die slowly and painfully. It looks worn out already, but already dangerous. You try to come near, but it bites at you ferociously, nearly taking your hand off. You don't see? Watch it. You sit and watch it, hoping, or at least a way to free it without endangering yourself. The creature's obviously been struggling for a long time. Once it realizes you're not here to eat it, it slumps down, nap. You feel an irresistible urge to do the same and fall into something of a trance. Then something bizarre happens. A massive shadow drifts into the lumberyard, coming between you and the creature. You have the sense of immense presence, something massive but graceful. You're not quite sure if you're dreaming, but you feel rooted to the spot and unnaturally calm. It's as if you've been drugged. The shadow stays a while, observing you curiously, then it drifts away again. You blink, coming out of your trance. What just happened? Did you fall asleep? You look back over the machinery and realize the trapped eye beast is gone. You aren't sure if you should feel relieved or terrified. Was it freed or eaten? But you decide to get the heck away from this place now and ask these questions later. Spooky. Shadows upon shadows move against each other in the glow, waving under the gloaming of the mush trees like ghosts. The forest is still as a creature breathing its last breath. You don't see Sim until you're practically on top of him. Hi, Sugarbug, he laughs, holding you by the shoulders. Miss me? You nearly didn't there. I totally saw you there. Sim smiles. Of course you did. You practically made for this place. Sim starts walking through the forest, his footsteps finding the path with ease. This is my favorite time of year, you know, he says. I get the sense that you humans are afraid of it. Well, things do tend to attack us. That's true, Sim replies, tilting his head with a funny expression. Those attacks are not natural, as you may have guessed. Glow isn't dangerous at all. It's lovely. He smiles. Glow is a time of healing, actually, a time for the creatures of this planet to go dormant and reflect on themselves, and to strengthen connections with other life forms. Of course, the planet repels you, he adds, raising his hand to stir a cloud of glowing spores drifting above your head. You don't connect. You're like a burr lodged against its skin. Sim continues walking. I'm sure you have some questions for me as usual, he says, his voice wry. Seriously, what is up with that wormhole? Sim laughs. Just like that. You'd like me to unravel the mysteries of the universe for you? Suffice it to say, I don't think you could fully understand it, even if I explained everything I know. He looks up at the wormhole with a thoughtful expression. Truthfully, the wormhole is older than even this planet, he murmurs. It operates on a level of space and time that are beyond even my comprehension. The universe is impossibly vast and unknowable. I'm sure you've already noticed that it's related to your foresight, yes? He asks, and you nod. Your dreams, if that's what they are, always seem to get worse and wet and glow when the wormhole is close to the planet. Many individuals, such as yourself, are sensitive to a wormhole's effects of time and space, fluctuations and eddies in the normal linear flow of reality. Think of it like an echo, only not your own. Think of it as a version of yourself stood in this spot and shouted, then moved forward in time before hearing their own voice return. You can hear those echoes, choices that person made and events she experienced that may not come to pass for yourself. So, I'm not the only one? Sim shakes his head. No, though you may be the only human. We gardeners have lived under this wormhole for thousands of years, he adds. Some of us have developed a sensitivity to it as well. We use it to guide us in tending to the planet. Sim stops walking and smiles politely. Well, that is enough for now. The trees have ears, you know. Grab that. Your explorations lead you steadily upward until you find yourself on a plateau looking the valley. The colony is a dark little smudge below, a break in the magnificent natural luminescence of glow. From up here, the wormhole feels so close you could touch it. You're not alone up here. Your heart leaps into your throat as you spot it, silhouetted dark on dark under the eerie light of a wormhole. A faceless. Stay to watch it. Atop the high plateau ringed by gnarlwood trees, the massive creature stands staring at the sky. As you watch mesmerized, some of its swaying tentacles open up and a glowing dust oozes from them, rising like smoke into the night. Then it's gone? The whole entire faceless just vanished in the blink of an eye. Or did you imagine it? You rub your face, easing the sudden tension that has sprung up behind your eyeballs. Approach where it was standing. There are footsteps here, giant footsteps, each ringed with mushrooms pushed up from the moist soil by the weight of the beast. You gingerly realize you're standing in the middle of one. The Faceless, if indeed one was standing here earlier, could crush you as flat as the grass beneath your feet. You find other signs of it. Trees have been knocked down in a circular pattern here, and the bushes and grasses have been pushed up into one big mound, leaving the rest of the plateau clear. You remember this place now. From your visions, from under the pyramid and the resting ridges. And from long before that, you feel as if you've always known. Something important will happen here, soon. Wait. You stare up at the wormhole immense in the sky above, just as you remember doing in your vision. You wait. You wait. You wait. You yawn and check your holopalm. It's hard to keep track of time during glow, but it's getting late. You look around, but nothing has changed. The trees are perfectly still. Wait. You wait. Wait. You wait. The wormhole seems especially huge right now. Is it always so big? You imagine you can see whole galaxies in its slowly spinning arms, tiny flecks of rainbow light being sucked into the black hole in the center. But it's so much closer than a galaxy, so close it could swallow you and all of Vertumna and its hungry, ethereal maw. Wait. You wait. Wait. You wait. Wait. You wait. The forest seems to get quieter, as if it's expecting something. The wormhole swells as you stare and stare into its depths. It's been hours. It's now well past the middle of the night. You're exhausted, but you can't look away. You feel hypnotized. Wait. Wait. You wait. You've always been waiting. You will always be waiting, staring up at the wormhole, being sucked into its depths. A shadow falls over you. Look at the shadow. You slowly lower your gaze from where you've been staring at the wormhole for hours, your neck stiff and sore. Straight ahead of you, what you earlier thought was just a shadow of a tree is the Faceless. It was there all along, watching you. It takes a heavy step forward, then another. It moves gently, its feet sinking into the soft ground and pushing up phosphorescent fungi from below to explode to the surface in rings of jubilant light. You don't move as it approaches. It took all your energy to look away from the wormhole, but you're still completely spellbound. The Faceless looms over you as big as a building. Its zippered neck gapes grotesquely, and its tentacles wave gently through the air, tasting it, feeling it, smelling you. The ends of two tentacles open, and that strange glowing mist floats up from them. It leans down. It envelops you in its tentacles, each as large as you are. And you breathe in its spores. Under the eternity night sky of glow, the wormhole seems to swallow you both whole and the entire planet, and an infinite number of universes besides. You feel a beckoning within you, a curious tug somewhere in your ribcage, a yearning you can't describe. Embrace it. Oh. So this is how it all began. Transcended time. When you were very young, you had vivid dreams of things you'd never experienced. Dirt under your feet, skies overhead, endless jungles, and strange animals. Now you know why. This moment of time, you, on the plateau, drawing in the wild, faceless, mind-altering spores, and the pulsing wormhole overhead. This moment cascades backwards and forwards through all time and space, through all your lives. It's what binds you to those other lives and gives you glimpses of them in dreams. This moment. It's infinite. You are, in this moment, connected to all other moments. What has been and what will be, what could be or will never be. Some scraps slip through the web and touch all the other you out there. You, all the you that has ever been or could be, are forever changed. To your friends in the colony, it may appear that you've fallen into a coma from which you'll never wake. But your consciousness is free, in that infinite moment, to visit all lives and possibilities at once. You have transcended. In the moment of your death, as your brain cells fizzle out one by one and shut down forever, a vision swims in your mind's eye. Is that a person? They seem so familiar. You feel like you know them so well. Oh, it's you, only ancient. Her arms are covered with so many data bands, so many lifetimes of knowledge. The ancient you speaks without moving her mouth. not in words, but in something like pictures. Still, you understand. She smiles. We had a good life, don't you think? But there are so many possibilities, and this was only one of them. Well, I tried. I think with everyone who died, I could have done better. There was a girl, we were young together, Tammy, with the cotton candy hair. Such a shame to see a life snuffed out so young. She gives you a look as if to say you were somehow responsible for this. Wait, were you? Could you have saved her? We have a chance to take another path, to change the way our life turned out. She reaches out a hand. Come with me. Go with them. And that is the end of the first cycle. Or at least a end. Technically, you can get as many as you want. You want to see that different? Well, I'll be going through. I think we still got half an hour at least in the stream, so I think we'll start another life and probably play through a few more. That one, and maybe another after that over the course of a few weeks. Not all in one sitting. That would be hours. Possibly days. And see how it goes. But let's start. Oh, we can go see all the people. Yeah. If you want to support like games like this that are so awesome, I definitely say you should pick this up. It's amazing. Also, not sponsored, just saying that. Because I love this game. Hey, Nem! So, as you play and go through, the more people you get like maximum friendship with and fill out their stories, you can get them on the screen here. So let's start a new one. Wake up again. Warning, this game deals with a lot of stuff. Please see our content warnings in the systems menu for a detailed list of themes and events. Okay. You wake up to chaos, a confusion of light and heat and smoke. Fire. Your head is pounding, you must have hit it and blacked out, but you aren't sure how you got here, or what on Vertumna is happening. There's something important you need to remember. And through the floor. The stomach lurches as the floor crumbles beneath your feet, then collapses. Your body aches and your eyes burn from the smoke. A figure appears through the flames. It's your friend. Your friend? Wait, why can't you remember her name? She's gesturing and shouting at you, but all you hear is ringing in your ears. What's going on? You try to speak, but the words come out jumbled, your throat seizes around a lung full of choking smoke, and you feel dizzy and confused. Your friend pulls you out of the rubble. She throws you over your arm over her shoulder and half drags you towards the door. Through it, you see a deep, eerie twilight, dark blue and cold against the heat of the fire around you. Glow season. Glowing eyes. You shake your head to clear your vision. Is that some kind of dog? Like from Earth? The creature howls and lunges, its jaws open. Every time I see that, I think, oh, cute, and then, oh, not cute. You are born on the Stratospheric, Earth's first colony ship, halfway through its 20-year voyage to a wormhole at the edge of the Sol system. Your parents run the hydroponic gardens, which make fresh air and vegetables for the ship. Like the other colonists, they bravely chose to make this one-way journey to the uncharted planet Vertumna 4 in the hope they could escape Earth troubles. They had you the old-fashioned way, merging their genes like they merged their cultures and traditions. They name you... We're gonna keep with Solana. This one, why don't we try going more in the middle? You're a bright-eyed child with active imagination. Sometimes too active, your mom says. I like them to reflect me a little bit more. There, maybe. There. I want to see what androgynous looks like. I don't really care for male appearances. Just so boring. Your earliest memories are of your 4th birthday. There's a big cake with a neat hollow effect that looks like fire, but when you reach out to touch it, all you get is a handful of icing. Yummy! Your favorite present is gardening trowel, animal book, a doll, Captain Yukat's old hat, learning tablet. Oh, hey, no problem. You crawled in. Hey, Seth, no problem. You actually just missed us transcending time itself. So, there's that. Let's go with the learning tablet. Hal does science, which is what runs the ship. He also teaches the older kids. The tablet has some games that teach math using pictures, and has a lot of pictures you can't read yet. From an early age, as you can remember, you've had vivid dreams every night. You dream about strangers who seem so familiar and wide open spaces very different from the stratospheric. Sometimes the dreams are bad and it makes you scared to go to sleep. So every night before lights out, your dad tells you a bedtime story. You often ask for tales of Earth, a place you've only seen in holovids. Your dad doesn't talk about it. How about we save that for another time, you say? Maybe when you're older. He prefers made-up stories. Your favorite is... Superhero Justice Warriors, Sir Knight and Princess Petticoats, Future Dog and the Space Cadets. Well, let's go with Superhero Justice Warriors. They fight for the downtrodden in combat. Streets of the city and love everybody except the bad guys who are mean and try to take all the money for themselves. That's my favorite too, your dad says. Every child on the stratospheric is given one genetic enhancement. By age 6, you see the first signs of yours. We're trying to get a mix, I think we're gonna go engineering, reasoning, basically try and spread stuff out, and maybe try and romance Nomi Nomi this time around. And see what other endings we can get. So, let's go with, should we go with Absorbent Brain, be really smart, or calm so we don't have as much stress all the time. Super Strength is really great for just maxing out your, why don't we go with Absorbent Brain? Professor Hal says kids learn fast because their brains are like sponges, but when people get older, they can't absorb as much new stuff. Not for you, you're always learning, and your curiosity knows no end. The other kids have trouble keeping up with you, but one tries. Let's go with Tammy, because it won't be heartbreaking this time, hopefully. When you're 8, Tammy wants to bake a special cake for Antecedent, who runs the creche. It has to be real Earth carrot cake with real carrots, because that's Auntie's favorite. Tammy needs help with getting carrots from the garden where your parents work. You... Ask Mom? No. Ask your dad? Steal the carrots. Find something else to use. Why don't we ask Dad? Your dad's always easy to persuade. He asks why you need the carrots, and grins when you tell him it's a secret. He slips you some carrots and reminds you not to tell your mom. The cake comes out okay, but Antecedent is grateful anyway. You're 10 years old when the ship finally reaches the wormhole. Professor Hal says it's like a doorway to the other star systems, with the planet Vertumna 4 on the other side. You're on emergency drills for months to repair. When the day finally comes, it starts with a rumble, then things start to slide off the tables. You hurry to gather near the escape pods just in case. Single file, everyone, Professor Hal instructs you to follow him. You dreamed of this day since you were in diapers. It's one of your earliest memories, even though it hasn't happened yet. As the ship passes through the wormhole, the ship shields will fail. If you don't recalibrate them, your parents' hydroponics form will be lost. You recalibrate the shields. You give Professor Hal the slip, a move you've practiced for this day, and rush to the engine wing. Past confused adults who try to stop you. You find the nearest congruence terminal. Oh. So apparently we need something for our past life, which we haven't gotten yet. Congruence brushes you off. Almost all of her considerable processing power is going towards making the wormhole. Doesn't destroy the stratospheric, and you don't know how to make her do what you want. You yell and beg her to help you, but it's no use. The ship enters the wormhole while you're still trying to talk to her. You black out just like you always do. Distantly, you can feel the ship's shaking has stopped and hear your parents' worried voices. Feeling safe, you slip further into the warm embrace of the stars. You drift. And we're back to Vertumna. Gradually, your consciousness reforms. You wake up in the medbay. The medbed under you plays a soft tone and an automated voice speaks. 2 weeks have elapsed. The patient's cranial injury has completed healing. They may now be safely discharged. As the fog lifts from your head, you realize something seems different about this room. It's so bright. You try to focus on the window. Something is definitely different. Sunlight? Instead of the familiar blackness of space, bright light from the twin blue and yellow suns is streaming through the windows. You peer out and see fields, glass-walled domes, and walls ringed by giant mushroom-like trees. There are construction materials everywhere and people walking around outside on the ground. You better get out there and join them. So that's our little list of stuff. And let's rush outside to start a new life. Hey, Tammy! Oh, Tammy jumps as you step out of the ship's quarters. Behind her, you're awake. You've been sleeping in the medbay for days. Are you all better? You rub your eyes, you do feel groggy. Everything is so strange, the air feels moist, and the ground is covered with pale blue powder that crunches under your feet. The reflections off it are blinding. You squint and look up, then almost fall over from the vertigo. The sky goes on forever. Around you are fungal trees taller than anything you've ever seen before. Your heart pounds in your chest. Are you feeling okay, Solana? You better go see your dad, Tammy says. He and your mom have been waiting for you to wake up. She points to the southeast. Some odd geodesic domes. Anybody else we can talk to besides Dad? Not yet. So second round through, let's see what we can figure out. Okay. Where is my mouse? Sometimes it disappears in the white. Solana, your dad gives you a big, warm hug. I'm so happy you're finally awake. Dr. Instance thought it'd be best to keep you sleeping while you're noggin healed. Your mother and I thought you'd step away for a whole... My snooze checks your head and looks relieved. He was clearly very worried about you, but covers it with jokes and smiles. Yeah, love our dad. When your dad is awesome, you gotta love your dad. Welcome to Vertumna, he says, gesturing around you. You've never seen the stratospheric from the outside. Except in pictures. The ship is separated in 2, parts taken to form other buildings and a big wall around the whole colony. The alien jungle creeps right up to the wall. Only the geodesic greenhouse pass outside it, dotting their way up the hill. It's beautiful. I'm glad you agree, he says. Your mother and I, we've been waiting a long time to see grass and trees again, even if they are purple. Oh, before I forget, he pulls a package out from a satchel and hands it to you. You blink and stare at it blankly. Do you know what day it is? Again, and I think I said this last time, we've been in a coma. Like, no. Do you know what day it is? No, I've been in a coma. Happy birthday, he shouts. Your birthday? Already? You feel a dizzying sense of deja vu. You stare hard at the wrap package. You know exactly what's in there. You remember it. No, you dreamed about this package some years ago on the ship. Inside will be a small medallion in the shape of a sun that your dad made by hand. Yeah. You decide to grab the medallion and your dad tisks as he hands you the package. Aw, who ruined the surprise? Was it Seek? I bet it was Seek. They hate fun. He grins and adds, don't tell him I said that. You start to explain that nobody told you, but someone shouts your dad's name. Listen, I'm so sorry, Solana, he says, but I have to get back to work. There was an accident when we landed and, he stops himself. Don't worry, we're going to fix it, your mother and I. Professor Hal is expecting you in classes, if you're feeling up for it, your dad says, pointing to the west of the engineering. In the rear end of the bisected ship. Then he points you to the large doors you came out of, or you can relax in your quarters until you're feeling better. We'll talk later tonight, he says, and kisses the top of your head and ruffles your hair. Have a wonderful birthday, Solana. I love you. Love you too. Yeah, to enter buildings, click on the flags or the doors. Hey, Dis, how's it going? Good to see you again. You see Diz sitting on the ground beside some bushes. Is he hiding from somebody? He seems to be watching the gate in the wall to the south where the grown-ups are coming and going. Kids aren't allowed past the walls, he says quietly, without looking up. They say there's nothing to be afraid of, but then why do we need the walls? You stare at the gate and have a sudden rush of memory so strong that you might faint. You imagine something crashing through the wall, something enormous and dark and wriggly. For years in space, you've had half-remembered nightmares of monsters, of your ship being destroyed, of sifting through the wreckage that used to be your home, trying to find something. Your dad always told you the dreams weren't real. Breaking you from your daydream, Dis whispers, I think there are monsters out there. I believe you. No, you don't, he says. You're being sarcastic, I can tell. Nobody believes you. Let's leave him alone like usual. Well, you tried. Oh. Oh. That's quick hockey. There we go. Hiya, Solana. Anamane seems really at home here. She's rolling a sports ball around with her foot, making patterns in the weird blue snow. The stuff is different from stone earth, she tells you, because it isn't cold, it's still neat, and you can make stuff out of it. Your foggy head clears little. Anamane is simple, physical, real. You always feel grounded near here. What you making? Just snow spiral, she says, but earlier me and Cal made a big snowpile. You missed it while you were sleeping in medbay. She smiles her broad, gap-toothed smile. Now that you're awake, we can play! See any monsters? Nope, just some little bugs, the grown-ups would say if they're monsters, right? She shrugs and smiles reassuringly. Even if there were monsters, Chief Red would beat them all up, so don't worry. Mom says we're safer here than we were in space. Oh boy. We both look at the wreckage of the Stratospheric, the spaceship where you were born. Anamane's mom, Antecedent, is probably right about that. Look at what the wormhole did to your ship. Where? She smacks her forehead. School! I wondered where everyone was. I guess I'm gonna be late for humanities class. She doesn't look very worried to you. It's okay, she says. Professor Hall's chill. He won't mind, but we should probably go now. She grins and starts running towards engineering. Hey, race you! No fair! She's getting a head start. We be kids. Anyone else I can talk to? I don't think so, not for the first little bit. So, let's go hang out in engineering. Let's study humanities. Welcome, Solana. Professor Hal greets you. I hope you're all warmed up and ready to study the glorious humanities. History, literature, language, media, and philosophy. And yes, if we're lucky, we'll have a little ancient Earth poetry too. He seems excited about that last bit. By the way, if anyone is interested in taking engineering classes, please register through Congruence's scheduling system when you have a chance. She'll be helping me teach them. Today's assignment is an easy one, Hal says, with a yawn. Because I was up late repairing Congruence sub-terminal, I could use an app. I'd like you to write an essay on what Fortuna Colony means to you. Oh, Seth, you don't know the half of it. Freedom, equality, democracy! Because that's what a 10-year-old writes about. I mean, a 10-year-old outside of the United States. Actually, no, a 10-year-old in the United States would write about that. My friends are all here, I feel safe here, just doodle instead of writing. My friends are all here. You write about all your buds and the fun things you do together. When Hal wakes up from snacks, he asks for his to class. Mars is annoyed you hardly mention her. Well, you aren't really friends, so... nah. Yeah, card game. Done. So, 0. Let's see. Oh. 0, 1, 0. 1. There we go. Yeah, it's basically like poker, except you're not playing to beat anybody, just the score. Your skills increase when you go to work or school. Yep. Parents have been wording for tell you after dinner every day, you know, growing crops is an important job and it's vital to get crops in the ground right away, but there's no... yeah. It's such a change from growing up in the Stratospheric when you saw them all the time. You stay up and wait for them at night before going to bed. Then you can tell they're exhausted. For to spend time with you... We could do this, and we get the Delusions card, which is -1 and works with every card color. I think we'll just skip that. I'm glad to hear that, your mom says. I want you to study hard, work hard, and stay out of trouble. Your dad smiles, and Professor Hal will give you kudos if you get good grades, and you can spend those at the depot once it's open. You know, says your dad, raising him. I think there are a lot of different ways... Oh, yeah, I suppose. I think that's a lot of different ways to learn, and schools, it's just one of them. You can learn working, hobby, or helping a friend. Suppose it would help with the straits. Her mom shakes her head and sighs, though you can tell she's trying to put on. We both agree that this colony is an experiment, and that means you're going to do things differently than on Earth. You're old enough now to start making your own decisions about your education and future, and I'm 10, and if that means you'll find your own way, we'll accept that. Your dad puts a hand on your shoulder. We'll be proud of you no matter what you do. Try talking to your friends. They may have ideas on how you can spend the time. And come by Geoponics or Romance. We could use your help. So we definitely want to be able to sneak out as soon as possible again. So we'll need either toughness or bravery up to 20. Edamame is bounce it back. Yeah. Her brother Com is the junior sports ball. Yep, we can learn sports ball in the garrison now. Thanks, Nam. Go talk to Dad. Hey, Dad. Hello, my little potato. How have you been? Just hanging with my friends. That cow's a good boy, and have you... She's out... Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, we've been through all of this before, in case anyone hasn't seen this. It is a game about, like, replaying vast sections, because timey-wimey space stuff. Guess that's what happens when you got enough brothers to make your own sports ball team. For Tomb Day is magnificent, isn't it? You nod. Seasons! I miss seasons! Back on Earth, it got so much colder, and the snow wasn't half as pretty as our Mark snow. You just wait until dust season, but the sun will be high in the sky and it'll be real hot then. You'll see. Hey Mom, how you doing? Making fruit. Looking for something to do? Remember, spend your time as long as it's productive. Expecting us in class, but a well-rounded education includes physical application. We already know all this, so no, I'm good. Hey, Dis. Don't have enough bravery to dare him to eat a worm. Hey, Mars. Sharp whistle. Hey, Solana, come here, I have a job for you. You want me to go get you some soy sweets? Okay. Good. Down the hill, narrow quarters, Mars. She's scared to take more than a few steps from the door. All she wants to do is hide inside and make sweets. I mean, wouldn't most people just want to spend most of their time inside making sweets if they could? Oh, hello, Solana. Do you need something? Soy sweets. Tammy smiles at you. Oh, it's so nice of you to help out Mars. She's a very important person, you know. She hands you a box wrapped in pink and yellow scarf. One order of mango soy sweets made fresh this morning, she says. Please tell Mars that you can have the scarf back, okay? She's silver kudos to Nano printed for me because it's so dusty here, but I think I'm getting used to it now. Mars is so cool, she says fondly. Sometimes she's kind of fussy, but I know she really cares, too. I go up to Mars. Here it is. I ate them. I ate them all! I want half. Negotiate. Both I want half. The audacity, she glares at you. And you stare back. Okay, fine. She eventually relents with a small smile. You did fetch them and all. There are more adults, but we're a kid, so we only interact with other kids for now. Tammy's a good baker, Mars sighs, but I wish she wasn't so scared of everything here. Sure, the weather is gross, but it's not dangerous. Alright, Administrator Seek's looking for someone to run delivery jobs for the depot. I don't want to do it because, like, ew, running around here? No. Just go out there, she says, gesturing behind the door, and tell them I referred you. Yeah, there's, like, a lot of other people. Basically, this is the list of all the people you actually know by name. And as you can tell, we don't know a lot of them yet. You know Congruence, the ship's AI. And most of the kids. Tangent hasn't made an appearance yet. Satami sitting quietly near the entrance of the lounge. You know her your whole life. Yeah, we used to play with her. Tammy had the best doll collection, and after her mom died, her dad used all his nano printer credits to print her a different doll every month for a whole year. Her ears perk up when she sees you. Oh, hello, Solana, she says. Her voice is soft and dreamy like a beam of starlight. Do you want to play dolls? Yeah, let's play dolls. Yeah, we're basically colonizing a new planet. With possibly what is most definitely just a cult. You don't think Tammy will ever be too old to play with dolls. If anything, she has even more of them now. She takes you to her quarters and brings out the entire Spacey Stacy doll collection, a disturbingly realistic baby with real bowel movements, and two super fancy posable dolls named Lily and Tilly who can be programmed to move on their own. Tammy isn't very good at programming, so Lily and Tilly just roll around awkwardly when you turn them on. You cover quickly by saying that they must be breakdancing at a club. The two of you spend the afternoon making up stories of their rise to stardom as professional dancers. I mean, to be fair, I truly do consider these people to be much nicer than most normal humans. I have at least a smattering of feeling that these ones wouldn't try to burn me alive the first time they saw me. Mostly because I look like the tiny one here. Hi. Oh, yeah. Oh, we can register for engineering. Using Conjuring's HoloNet scheduling system, yeah. Engineering. So we can start upping that later, but for now, we need to get either our toughness or bravery to about 20. And the sooner we do that, the better, because one of the things we have to do is we have to be able to sneak out so we can save people. So let's go do sports ball. Play sports ball. My brother Com is organized. She tells you, kombucha. Hi, kombucha. Stay alive. Let's start with practice game and see what you're good at. You and Anamane are team captains. Pick your teams. Anamane used to practice with Cal and Mars on the ship, but Tammy? You're surprised to see her here. Com will fill into you in the teams, but he promises to go easy on the other side. Let's go with Tammy. She's our friend. Cal said I should join, but I'm not very good at sports. Where should I stand? She asked quietly. You weren't sure. You assigned her to tackle back and tell her to stick like glue to the opposing team's offense. Maybe she'll get in their way. And if you're wondering what the heck sports ball is, it's like someone took every ball sport and shoved it all together and was like, here, play this. They bump fist. Your next choice, Cal. Mind if I play goalie? Yes, sports ball is fun, but it feels mean to score against the other team. You face off 3-on-3. Start the game. Yeah, story challenge. So can't really use that one yet. Why don't we go 1? There we go. Get a straight going. Oh. 0, 1, 2. We move that there and put that there. And then we have a bunch of zeros. There we go. Tammy tackles Anamane in a brilliant takedown that surprises everyone. She really took to her role as the immovable object. Cal makes an amazing jump save, but is winded when the ball hits him in the chest. The score is tied with Anamane and Calm putting the pressure on. Then blam, you score the match point with a rad spike all the way from the net line. So there's a net. Wow, that's just so much going on. So that ups our bravery and toughness a bit. The next week, you had a few more bouts of deja vu, remembering when something is about to say or do before they do it. Sometimes they actually do it, but not always. This morning, you were sure Professor Howell was going to trip on the uneven floor in the cafeteria and spill his plate of hash browns. You even told Mars to watch. He didn't, though. As Professor Howell walks away, his hash browns safe for the day, Mars called you a liar and a dummy. At night, your dreams are all mixed up with stuff you know can't be real. You're chased by monsters the size of buildings, only to be saved by strange people you never met. You're holding hands with someone you love, you're crying as you help lift a shrouded body into the colony recycler. Everything seems so familiar, but when you try to recall their faces when you wake up, they're smeared in your memory like wet paint. You've lived this life before in your dreams, you're sure of it. In the light of day, you try to remember everything from your dreams, but it's impossible. You can't live a lifetime in dreams. Anytime you try to tell someone, they think you're playing a trick, or that you're sick, or need to go to bed late. You eventually decide to keep it quiet. Secret powers are fun. Start keeping a private journal on your holopalm, recording the events where you remember something before it happens. You also write down your dreams when they have that feeling of being real. You like the idea of being magic and seeing the future, but some of the dreams are very scary. You hope that Professor Hal's hash browns, they don't all come true. Oh, you sweet summer child. Oh. You step cautiously through the colony gates. Hey there, kiddo. Uncle Tonin blocks your way with a smile. I'm afraid expeditions are off limits for... Yep. So, either 20 toughness or 20 bravery. Oh, hey, we finally meet Tang. Hey, Tang. Looking for plants? I'll help you find that catalog. And Monty passes by and pulls a face at you two. Hey, hello, nerds! School's over! Come play sports ball in the sunshine! Enough reasoning to do Tang's thing? I think we do. Want to study together? You and Tang sync your holopalms and play games together where you race to assemble chemical compounds using a simple programming language. Tangent is a whiz at it and breezes through the levels barely breaking a sweat. You can tell she's hiding a smile when she looks over your shoulder to help you with a particularly tricky algorithm. Do we have enough for Tammy stuff? Nope, empathy 20 or greater. Well, we'll eventually raise that. Hey, Cal. Cal's running around on his hoverboard. Maybe hoverboards don't work outside. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, no way, I didn't mean it like that. It's actually really cool. Cool, can I try? And more toughness. And friendship with Cal. So 4 toughness. Bravery. What should we do next? Why don't we... We did sports ball. Let's go raise creativity a bit. Oh, wait. Let's do a bit of engineering. Professor Hal rubs his hands together and waits for the class to settle down. He's in a great mood. This must be his favorite subject to teach. If biology and chemistry are the wet sciences, then engineering must be a dry one. But believe me, this class definitely won't be dry. He winks. It's weird. We'll also be learning math, physics, computing, robotics, architecture, and astronomy. Tangent raised their hand. Will we also be learning about nuclear engineering? We're 10! Professor Hal nods. Yes, at a beginner level, we'll have an overview of the atomic theory and take a field trip to the engine room to learn how our ship's nuclear reactor works to power the colony. Nah, we'll keep the card challenges. Because without that, we're just breezing through a story. Throw that out. Oh wait, I have an idea. That did not work as well as I thought, but we'll still go with this. So, 3 engineering. So we get it from the card and the perk, so we can level up our stuff really quickly. Early pollen. Did I forget to talk to Tammy for my birthday cake? I forgot to talk to Tammy for my birthday cake! No! Alright, can't really do that yet, so... Why don't we go work on here to level up our toughness. Shoulder! It's your first day, clerk. Yep. Yeah, hi, Mom. Don't we have machines? Nope, we don't have them because all the construction crews have them. Where do we shovel it from? From there to there. 2 piles of dirt, 5 feet apart. Why not use hydroponics? Oh, that's because the ship blew up. Let's get to work. That's my kid. 10 stress, 1 toughness. So, trail of zeros. There we go. You wake from an afternoon nap. The dream you're in is one you've had many times. The air is strangely pink and fluffy, kind of sticky, and you have to push your way through it. Feels like every step takes an eternity. You push through the pink cloud and emerge into the children's creche. A room you know well. To see your friend Tammy standing before an enormous bear made of pure light. It lunges at her, through her, and she collapses to the ground like a fainting fairy tale princess. You wake up with your heart racing. Tammy is leaning over you, where you've been sleeping in the nest of pillows. She shakes your shoulder gently. Oh, I'm sorry, Solana, she says, as if speaking to a small child. I think you were having a nightmare. Are you okay? Are you? Nothing bad happened in the dream, but you feel sick with dread. Since you're awake, you should visit the cafeteria. Auntie Seaton is making a new kind of candy. She says it's made of cotton. Isn't that weird? I'd have to go tidy the creche first, then I'll meet you there. Say some for me, right? Tammy skips off towards the creche, humming to herself. You feel groggy and need a minute to clear your head. That dream. Forget dreams, get that candy. No. Don't want any candy. No. Wait a second. Go save Tammy. You sprint down the hall to the children's creche where the little kids play and learn during the day. It's empty. All the younger kids are probably off eating candy with Auntie Seated. You spot Tammy tidying up some drawings near the crafts bin. Above her, a hollow projector displays an enormous floating teddy bear made of purple light. It bobs silently in the air. Mr. Bearsworth. A decade of happy memories playing with its flash through your mind in an instant. Tammy stands on her toes and reaches for the switch to turn it off. You slam into her, knocking her off her feet onto the ground, and at the same moment, the hollow projector sparks and explodes. The bear disappears and the whole room goes dark. The Princess and the Bear. In the dim emergency lighting, you see Tammy's eyes wide with surprise and fear. She sits up and rubs her elbow, staring at you. Sorry, are you hurt? It's okay, she sniffles, looking at like she might start crying. Why did you do that? Owie! I just saved your life. My life, she says. She peers into the dark room, looking even more frightened. How? You try to explain that the hollow projector was going to shock her, but she doesn't seem to understand. But it's Mr. Bearsworth, she says. It's just a toy. She doesn't believe you, but that's okay. You're just happy that you followed your dream and got here in time. You decide not to mention the dream, since she seems weirded out already. After a minute, the light comes back on, the projector is dead, a thin trickle of stinky smoke coming from the base. Don't worry, Tammy says, brightening as she gets to her feet. Professor Howell can fix it. He can fix anything. Saving Tammy. By the time you find the professor and finish cleaning up, you've forgotten all about the pink candy in the cafeteria. Yeah, I actually think that's a good place to sort of leave off, because, well, we're stressed for one. But two, we undid the mistake of the past. Which, for anyone who doesn't know, Tammy dies horrifically there. Like, just horribly. So, yeah. We saved Tammy, so she's now around forever. Presumably. Oh yeah, like, this game does not pull punches with some of that stuff. It's pretty brutal. Yeah. So, why don't we save? And we'll probably finish this playthrough and then we may move on to something else for Spacey Sundays. Though that depends on whether or not we want to see more stuff, because there are a lot of endings to this game. So we might do 2 or 3 playthroughs. Just see what we can get, see if we can live our best life. See who we can romance, see who we can't. Save old men from vicious beasts. That kind of stuff. Other than that, as always, I stream on Saturdays. And I do try to stream through the week, but, boring life stuff can get in the way. So, with that said, with Nem and Dis on the screen there, we will pick this up again next week. I hope everyone has an awesome week, an awesome night, and everyone stay safe. Bye, everyone.